Chapter 3393. Kaboom! With a deafening boom, the scarlet pheasant crashed into the light wall of the heaven-destroying sword formation. Even though it was severely injured and only had half of its body left, its hind legs and tail were gone. But its speed was extremely fast, and its speed was extremely fast. Its impact was extremely powerful. As expected, it blasted a huge hole in the starry light wall of the heaven-destroying sword formation. Countless fragments of sword radiance burst out. Swoosh! When the divine light exploded, Qi Fei passed through the fragments of sword radiance and escaped from the heaven-destroying sword formation. Haha! I'm finally free. Damned bastard, do you think you can trap this king? You're too naive. Qi Fei floated above the lava sea and turned to look at the huge hole in the heaven-destroying sword formation. It laughed proudly. The feeling of escaping from death made it very proud and relieved. Its mentality was also very relaxed. In its mind, Ji Tianxing's heaven-destroying sword formation had been broken and most of his divine power had been used up. It should not have any combat power left. When it returned to the magma sea, this vast and boundless magma sea was its most solid backing. If there was any danger, it could escape into the lava sea immediately and be safe. However, it never expected that Ji Tianxing would also chase it out immediately. Moreover, Ji Tianxing took advantage of its inattention to teleport in front of it and use a new divine power. Blade of Space-Time. He, who was 100 feet tall, held the 800 feet long barrier of heaven tightly with both hands and used all his strength to slash out a ray of blazing white sword radiance. The huge white sword, which was thousands of feet long, released an invisible strong divine power and instantly enveloped Qi Fei. Qi Fei could clearly feel that the space within 100 miles around it had solidified. It was like a mosquito in an ice cube. Its body was stiff and it could not move at all. It could not even dodge, let alone escape into the lava sea. What was more terrifying was that it could even feel that the flow of time around it had become abnormally slow. It was at least 5 times slower than the normal flow of time. In other words, whether it was casting a spell to counterattack or trying to dodge, its speed would be 5 times slower than normal. At this moment, Qi Fei's laughter stopped abruptly, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Time? Space? You actually used space-time energy? Red Pheasant showed an incredulous look and roared in horror. To divine king powerhouses, grasping spatial power and laws was not something rare. 95% of the godly monarchs had grasped the spatial laws. They could teleport and traverse the void at will. However, time was one of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the world. 99% of god kings were unable to control the power of time. This had nothing to do with strength or realm. It was only related to talent, comprehension, and luck. Even if it was a peak divine king, without the corresponding lucky chance, it was also impossible to grasp the power of time. But Ji Tianxing did it. However, this was only a superficial use of the power of time, and it only slowed down the flow of time. However, this still made Qi Fei extremely shocked, and a deep sense of despair grew in his heart. It knew that it had been careless this time. It was probably doomed. At the same time of shock and despair, it was filled with regret. If time could be reversed, the moment it escaped the heaven extermination sword formation, it would not have stopped and directly dived into the sea of lava. If that was the case, how could Ji Tianxing have the chance to use the power of time? Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Boom! Crack! In the next instant, the space-time blade that was 10,000 feet long slashed fiercely onto Qi Fei, erupting with an earth-shattering bang. Its already incomplete body was split into 2 halves by the space-time blade on the spot, splattering blood all over the sky. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the space-time blade was completely released, and it was extremely violent and dazzling its body. Crack, 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 a series of crisp shattering sounds rang out. The 2 halves of Qi Fei's body actually collapsed into hundreds of millions of pieces and ignited with a blazing divine fire. Even its divine persona was struck by the space-time blade and collapsed on the spot. At this time, the power of the space-time blade was exhausted and gradually dissipated. Looking at the fragments and flowing fire scattered all over the sky, Ji Tianxing slowly put away the burial of heaven sword and murmured to himself, "I've been comprehending and cultivating the heaven extermination divine art for so long, and with the help of the power of distorting time and space, I was able to comprehend this space-time blade, and it became one of the top divine abilities I created. Originally, this divine ability was not mature and stable enough, and I wanted to improve it a little more before using it. I didn't expect that the first time I used it would be in such a sloppy situation. Fortunately, the power of this divine ability is extraordinary, and it didn't let me down. Indeed, in this life, whether it was talent, aptitude, strength, or foundation, he was much stronger than in his previous life. Of the thousands of divine abilities that he had mastered in his previous life, he only recultivated the most exquisite and powerful ones. Apart from that, he had to create even more powerful divine abilities and secret arts through his own comprehension. This space-time blade was the result of his nearly 10 years of research. Now that he was using it for the first time, the results were remarkable. Just as Ji Tianxing was distracted, Chao Qingyu and Yang's exclamations suddenly came from behind him. "Young master, what are you waiting for? Quickly refine it." "Oh my God. It turns out that Qi Fei is the greatest treasure, and its body is the most precious resource and divine item." Ji Tianxing was awakened on the spot and hurriedly looked up at the sky. He saw that after Qi Fei's body collapsed, the billions of fragments, after being burned, released an endless torrent of divine power. The surging seven-colored divine fire, mixed with billions of colorful gems, as well as all kinds of divine gold and crystals, poured down like a flood. After Qi Fei died, its divine body actually disintegrated. It returned to its most primitive state, scattering endless divine power, divine fire, and gold, wanting to return to the magma sea. After all, it was born in the magma sea. It took tens of thousands of years to absorb endless power and gold to grow into its current state. Now that it was dead, it naturally returned to its original state. Ji Tianxing immediately understood. Without hesitation, he hurriedly stretched out his palms and released a surging, devouring power. Swoosh! Two huge pitch-black vortexes formed, madly devouring the divine power, divine fire, and gold. Moreover, Ji Tianxing also released his divine consciousness, found Qi Fei's dozens of divine spark fragments, and put them into the interspatial ring. Next, he focused on devouring the flowing flames and golden stones that filled the sky, rapidly increasing his strength. Qi Fei's body was too big, and there were too many divine fire and gold scattered after it disintegrated. Ji Tianxing could not devour it all by himself, and he was not fast enough. Therefore, Chao Qingyu and Yang rushed up and used their ultimate skills to devour Qi Fei's power. Although their devouring speed could not compare to Ji Tianxing's, they quickly replenished their energy. However, they were able to quickly replenish their energy and increase their own strength, which also lessened Ji Tianxing's burden. Chapter 3394. Qi Fei's divine body was too huge. For tens of thousands of years, it had devoured a terrifying amount of divine power, divine fire, and metal stones. As a result, it took 3 days and 3 nights for the scattered power and metal stones to dissipate. Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, and Yang also continued to devour divine fire and metal stones for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. What was gratifying was that the divine fire and metal stones that filled the sky were the purest power and divine items. The 3 of them could directly devour and refine them without worrying about impure power. But what was distressing was that Chao Qingyu and Yang had devoured too much power and divine items. Not only had their injuries mostly healed, but their divine power had also been replenished. Their divine bodies were also bloated like 2 bloated balls. Fortunately, it was all over. If they had continued to devour for half a day, they would probably have exploded. Moreover, they urgently needed to cultivate in seclusion. They needed at least half a year to refine all the power they had devoured and convert it into their own power. Ji Tianxing's situation was slightly better, although he had devoured 80% of the power after Qi Fei's disintegration. but he had used the devouring theurgy to store the infinite divine power and metal stones in the heaven-mending pearl. In this way, his body size did not change much, and it did not affect him much. The only visible change was that his injuries had mostly healed, and his power had returned to its peak. Once Qi Fei collapses, we will be full. Ji Tianxing looked at Yang and Chao Qingyu. Seeing that they were so full that they could not even speak, he could not help but want to laugh. Forget it. Looking at how greedy you are, you probably won't be able to digest it in a few months. Come with me. With that, he brought Yang and Chao Qingyu back to the heaven-destroying sword formation. Previously, Qi Fei had blasted a huge hole in the sword formation, but it had already repaired itself. Even if Ji Tianxing did not care, the sword formation would automatically operate and cover a radius of 1,000 miles. Ji Tianxing summoned the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda and made it float in the air. Then, he led Chao Qingyu and Yang into the distorted space-time of the divine pagoda. Shua! The three of them flew through the colorful distorted space-time toward the blood flame sacred tree in the middle. Yang had been in seclusion here for more than 10 years to recuperate, so he was no stranger to the distorted space-time. However, this was the first time Chao Qingyu had entered a distorted space-time after following Ji Tianxing. He looked around curiously. When he sensed the changes in space-time, he was surprised and shocked. At the same time, he also guessed that this was the place where Ji Tianxing and his family usually cultivated in seclusion. In other words, this was Ji Tianxing's most confidential cave residence and lair. Only his closest and most trusted people had the right to come here. Thinking of this, Chao Qingyu felt a little excited. It seems that after so many dangers and tribulations, young Master Tianxing already trusts me. That's great. From this moment on, the couple and Ji Tianxing had let down their guard and truly gained his trust. To him, this was even more exciting than obtaining a king-level theurgy. Soon, the three of them flew to the bottom of the blood flame sacred tree. Ji Tianxing looked at the sacred tree and couldn't help but smile. As I expected, Qi Fei's blood qi and soul essence were all devoured by the blood flame sacred tree after his death. The nourishment the sacred tree received this time is several times more than when the domain mistress died. I guess the sacred tree can grow a few 100 feet taller after digesting the blood qi and soul essence? These thoughts flashed through his mind. He turned to Yang and Chao Qingyu and said, "Find a place to cultivate in seclusion under the sacred tree. Don't disturb the others. When I'm done, I'll wake you up." Yang nodded. He found a place to sit down and began to cultivate. Chao Qingyu was unfamiliar with this place. He circled the sacred tree and looked at Jiku, Yun Yao, and the white dragon. When he saw the black dragon and Chen Yu, he was startled. His eyes were filled with shock. Oh my God! Is that a divine dragon? A black dragon? And that fox? Isn't that a heavenly fox? Why is it here on the boundless heaven continent? Young Master Tianxing has a divine dragon and a heavenly fox as his pets and has never shown them to others. How low-key. Chao Qingyu's heart was pounding with excitement. He was even more in awe of Ji Tianxing's identity and background. Suddenly, he heard Ji Tianxing's voice behind him. "Qingyu, you've been stuck at the 3rd level of the Divine King realm for a few thousand years, right?" Chao Qingyu was startled. He quickly turned to Ji Tianxing and nodded. "Yes, young master. It's been 3,675 years." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly. He took out 9 purple god fruits and placed them in front of Chao Qingyu. "You've already accumulated enough strength and foundation, but you still lack an opportunity. You need a huge amount of divine energy to help you break through to the 4th level. This time, you've absorbed Qi Fei's energy. This is the perfect opportunity. But it's still not enough. After you've absorbed Qi Fei's energy, take these 9 god fruits and continue to cultivate. There's a 70 to 80% chance that you'll break through to the middle level of the Divine King realm." Hearing these words, Chao Qingyu was stunned on the spot. He stared at the 9 purple god fruits and said excitedly, "Young master, what are you doing? I don't deserve such a reward. Take back these precious things. Qingyu doesn't dare to accept them." Ji Tianxing smiled and pointed at the bloody flame sacred tree. These god fruits are precious. It's not an exaggeration to say that they're priceless. But only my family and friends deserve to enjoy them. And I'll make sure that you're full. Chao Qingyu was shocked again. He looked up at the crown of the bloody flame sacred tree and realized that there were at least 1,000 purple god fruits among the dense branches and leaves. However, the 9 god fruits that Ji Tianxing gave him were bigger. They were obviously ripe. On the other hand, many of the god fruits on the sacred tree were smaller and would take many years to ripen. Chao Qingyu hesitated for a moment before he reached out to take the 9 god fruits. He hugged the god fruits and bent down with difficulty. He bowed to Ji Tianxing and said sincerely, "Thank you, young master, for your trust and gift. I'll never forget it. Cultivate well and become a middle-level divine king soon." Ji Tianxing smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then he turned and left. After a full 15 minutes, Chao Qingyu finally calmed down. He chose a place to sit down and cultivate in seclusion. Breaking through to the middle level of the Divine King realm was one of his greatest wishes. In the past, he didn't dare to think about it and didn't have the corresponding opportunity. But now, Ji Tianxing had created an excellent opportunity for him. Moreover, the success rate was as high as 70%. This increased his confidence and made his blood boil. He was full of anticipation. He swore in his heart that he must break through to the 4th level of the Divine King realm and become a middle-level Divine King. No matter what, he couldn't let down Ji Tianxing's trust and help. Chapter 3395. The time in the distorted spacetime was 50 times faster than the outside world. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yang and Chao Qingyu had finished their seclusion. They had refined Qi phase energy and the metal and stone. Although their strength had obviously increased by a large margin, and their battle prowess had also increased by 2 times. However, their realms hadn't broken through yet. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was still in seclusion, Yang continued to cultivate to strengthen his foundation of the divine path. Chao Qingyu, on the other hand, was in high spirits. The situation was just as Ji Tianxing had said. After he had refined Qi phase energy, his realm had reached the limit of the 3rd heaven of the King God realm. He had reached the critical point. If he didn't have the opportunity to replenish his energy, he would be stuck at the critical point for a long time. But now, he took out the 9 divine fruits that Ji Tianxing had given him and ate them one by one. Although the divine fruits tasted sour, they melted in his stomach and released a great amount of divine energy. Incomparably pure blood Qi and divine soul energy surged in his body, helping him break through the shackles of the middle God King realm. He could clearly feel that the barrier between the 3rd and 4th heaven of the King God realm was loosening. Breaking through to the middle God King realm was just around the corner. On the other side, Ji Tianxing was still sitting cross-legged under the blood flame sacred tree. He closed his eyes and cultivated. 5-colored divine flames surrounded his body. In the past half a year, he had refined Qi phase energy. His strength had reached the limit of the 1st heaven of the King God realm. Unfortunately, he still needed a huge amount of divine energy to break through to the 2nd heaven of the King God realm. Therefore, he took out Qi phase Godhead fragment. Qi phase body was huge. His Godhead was also extraordinarily huge. It was as big as a water tank. Although his Godhead had been broken into 18 pieces. However, each piece of the Godhead was as big as a wash basin. This is definitely the largest piece of Godhood I've ever refined in my life. Ji Tianxing weighed the wash basin-sized Godhead fragment in his hand, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Soon, he went into seclusion to refine Qi phase Godhead. Not only was he going to refine the boundless energy within the Godhead, but he was also going to refine the divine Tao laws within it. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, another year had passed. Ji Tianxing had refined 12 of Qi phase 18 Godhead fragments. At this moment, he finally broke through the bottleneck of the 1st level of the Divine King realm and successfully reached the 2nd level of the Divine King realm. After raising his cultivation level, Ji Tianxing's body lit up with a divine light that soared into the sky, emitting a world-shaking divine power fluctuation. His divine body continued to strengthen, becoming several times stronger than before. His strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, increasing by more than 8 times. However, he didn't end his seclusion. He continued to focus on his cultivation and continued to refine the remaining Godhead fragments. Not only did he devour the energy in the quintessence fragments to strengthen his foundation in the second heaven of the Divine King realm, but he also increased his strength. He even refined Divine Tao laws after Divine Tao laws to further strengthen his strength. He estimated that he would need another half a year to refine all 6 Godhead fragments and end his seclusion. 4 months ago, Chao Qingyu had already broken through the shackles of the 3rd heaven of the Divine King realm and successfully reached the 4th heaven of the Divine King realm, becoming a medium Divine King. At the same time, Ji Tianxing and the others had been cultivating in seclusion in the distorted spacetime for 1.5 years. However, only 11 days had passed in the outside world. 8 days ago was the closing date of the Golden Dragon Abyss. According to the usual practice, the divine flame light shield that sealed the entrance of the abyss would all be repaired. Therefore, the various forces that had entered the abyss to search for treasures, including thousands of Sir God experts, had already left the abyss. After flying out of the abyss, the Sir God experts dispersed and returned to their camps. However, the dozens of forces wouldn't leave immediately. The injured Sir God experts urgently needed treatment, and the forces that had disputes in the abyss would settle it on the surface. Within 3 days, more than 20 forces left one after another. The remaining 40 forces also prepared to leave after the abyss closed. However, on the morning of the 4th day, the Sir God experts discovered something strange. The entrance of the abyss, which was supposed to be closed, didn't move at all. The light shield formed by the 7-colored divine flame still sealed the entrance of the abyss. However, the many cracks and holes on the light shield still existed and hadn't healed. This abnormal reaction shocked and puzzled the 40 forces. They all guessed what was going on. Some people thought that they had calculated the time wrongly and that the entrance of the abyss would only close after a few more days. Some people regretted it so much that they said they had found a mine, but unfortunately, they didn't have time to mine it and could only leave before the abyss closed. If they had known that the entrance of the abyss would close later, they would have taken the risk to mine the mine. Some people even boldly guessed that the energy in the abyss had changed and the entrance wouldn't close in the future. All in all, the dozens of forces had different opinions and no one knew the real answer. However, they were even more unwilling to leave. Many Sir God experts were eager to return to the abyss to continue their exploration. However, those Sir God experts were also afraid that the entrance would close soon after they entered the abyss. If that happened, they would definitely die. Everyone was hesitating, weighing the pros and cons, but no one dared to take the lead to return to the abyss. Until the night of the 11th day. A group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived at the entrance of the abyss and broke the deadlock. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A mass of 5-colored divine light that blotted out the sky sped over from the night sky. When this mass of divine light stopped at the entrance of the abyss, the dozens of forces saw it clearly. Those were over 100 Sir God experts. Their attire was different and they seemed to come from different empires. However, their strength was all 7th-level Sir God and above. They were all high-ranking Sir Gods. In addition, the leaders of this Sir God team were 3 experts with super powerful auras. The leader was 100 feet tall and was burly like a tower. He had a head of golden hair and wore dark yellow ancient bronze armor. There were 6 5-colored wings on his back. He had a blood-colored divine eye on his forehead and 8 ancient bronze divine spears hung on his waist. His entire body emitted a peerless divine might that could suppress heaven and earth. Standing behind him were also 2 experts with unfathomable auras. One was a handsome and valiant youth wearing a white robe. The other was wearing silver divine armor and had a rather valiant appearance. When had the Sir Gods of the dozens of forces seen such a grand lineup before? Although they did not know what realm the strength of those 3 experts had reached. However, they were clear in their hearts that to be able to command close to 100 high-ranking Sir Gods, they were definitely top-notch experts. They were very likely divine kings. As expected, if Ji Tianxing was here, he would be able to recognize those two handsome and valiant youths. They were precisely the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Cloud Region Lord, Jing Feihong. The two region lords brought close to 100 high-ranking Sir Gods to the entrance of the Golden Dragon Abyss. Naturally, it was to seek revenge on Ji Tianxing. However, the two of them were not the leaders of the team. That 100-feet-tall Sir God expert with 6 wings and blood-colored eyes was the leader, because his identity was the Azura God Emperor's lackey, the most loyal spy, Divine Envoy Haoyan. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3396. The Azura God Emperor was high and mighty, overlooking and controlling the entire boundless heaven continent. He had not appeared since 1,000 years ago, when he was crowned emperor and took control of the boundless heaven continent. The various affairs of the close to 100 regions on the continent were handled by the various region lords. However, the Azura God Emperor had 49 heavenly god envoys who patrolled the continent on his behalf. While supervising the close to 100 region lords, they also had to maintain the peace and stability of the boundless heaven continent. Of course, the 49 heavenly god envoys would not appear at the same time. They were divided into 7 teams and took turns every few decades. Every time, 7 god envoys would be dispatched to patrol the continent. God King Stellar Aspect was one of the 49 heavenly god envoys. 8 years ago, his team left the God Emperor's palace, and the 7 god envoys began patrolling the boundless heaven continent and handling various affairs. In these 8 years, he had patrolled 5 regions. 3 of the regions were as peaceful as ever. Only 2 regions had some thorny problems that required his supervision, control, and handling. Not long ago, a problem had arisen in Sanchuan region. The Sanchuan region lord reported the situation to the Azura God Emperor through the God Prayer Altar and asked for help. However, the Azura God Emperor did not receive the news. The deputy commander of the heavenly god envoys was responsible for guarding the God Emperor's palace's all-life altar and receiving requests and messages from the various region lords. The deputy commander would not disturb the Azura God Emperor at all for such unimportant matters. He could have just sent any heavenly god envoy to handle it. After receiving the deputy commander's message, God King Stellar Aspect rushed to Sanchuan region to handle the affairs. The matter was not too serious, but it was very complicated and cumbersome, thus delaying him for 2 months. Soon, the pile of troublesome matters had finally been settled. God King Stellar Aspect finally heaved a sigh of relief and prepared to leave Sanchuan region for the next region. However, at this moment, the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong managed to contact him and send him a message for help. When he learned that 4 divine kings had invaded the Cloud Realm and the Golden Dragon Domain and started a massacre, killing innocent people, he was instantly enraged. Those 4 god kings were actually so savage, openly breaking the rules and violating the rules set by the God Emperor. They must be severely punished. Moreover, he was preparing to travel and relax for a period of time, but he encountered such a troublesome matter, so he was naturally resentful. Filled with anger, God King Stellar Aspect traveled day and night to the Golden Dragon region. Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon Realm's ruler treated him with great hospitality and gave him a detailed explanation of the situation. Thus, God King Stellar Aspect ordered the 2 of them to transfer nearly 100 higher deity lords from the Cloud Yang and Golden Dragon regions. Then he led the 2 area masters and hundreds of Sir Gods to the Golden Dragon Abyss. Why haven't these people left? Stellar Aspect surveyed his surroundings and could not help but frown when he saw thousands of divine lords around him. As the Oracle of Haoyan, he was used to being mysterious and did not like to show his face in front of ordinary people. The Golden Dragon Realm Lord hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me, Divine Envoy. I heard from my subordinates that something strange has occurred in the Abyss. According to past practice, the Divine Fire Seal at the Abyss entrance should have been sealed a few days ago. However, for some unknown reason, the gap in the seal has yet to close. Those Sir Gods are still hoping for a fluke and are unwilling to leave." Divine King Stellar Aspect frowned and asked, "It has always been normal in the past. Only this time, something strange has happened?" Then, Does this anomaly have something to do with those 4 deity kings? The Golden Dragon Realm Lord thought for a moment and said with an uncertain tone, "Perhaps." Divine King Stellar Aspect maintained his cold expression as he continued asking, "It has been so long since you fought with them. Are you sure they have not fled and are still in the abyss?" The Golden Dragon Realm Lord hurriedly nodded and answered with a very certain tone, "Those 4 deity kings were extremely arrogant and did not take me seriously at all. Furthermore, they are certain that there are many treasures and resources in the abyss. How could they bear to flee? I even sent my subordinates to stand guard here and keep an eye on the abyss entrance to ensure that they have not come out." Jing Feihong thought for a moment and asked with a frown, "Brother Long, is there only one entrance to the abyss? Are you sure there are no other exits?" The Golden Dragon Realm Lord nodded with certainty. "Yes, very sure." Divine King Stellar Aspect raised his palm and said in a deep voice, "In that case, there's no time to lose. Let's enter the abyss immediately and capture those 4 deity kings. In addition, get those fellows who have nothing better to do to scram. Don't be an eyesore here." Upon hearing Divine King Stellar Aspect's order, the Golden Dragon Realm Lord knew that he was getting impatient. However, the Golden Dragon Realm Lord could only bite the bullet and remind him, "Lord Divine Envoy, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to enter the abyss just like that. Firstly, the abyss is filled with 7-colored divine flames. That is the earth core divine fire at the godly monarch level. The 100 Sir Gods that we have deployed will definitely suffer heavy losses once they enter the abyss. Their movements will also be very slow. In addition, you might not know this, but the abyss underground is extremely vast. It stretches for millions of kilometers. We are lacking in manpower. To find those 4 deity kings in such a vast sea of lava is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Not only did Divine King Stellar Aspect frown, but his eyes also narrowed as a cold glint flashed in them. He was somewhat infuriated as he cursed inwardly, "Darn bastard, does this king need you to remind me? Since you know everything and have long thought of a countermeasure and plan, why did you invite this king here?" However, he could only criticize inwardly. He did not flare up on the surface as he asked in a deep voice, "Then, do you mean that we will not enter the abyss and will just wait here for the 4 deity kings to come out?" The Golden Dragon Realm Lord hesitated for a moment before nodding with a bitter smile. "Yes, that's the only way for now." Divine King Stellar Aspect's frown deepened as he asked in a somewhat displeased tone, "Just wait here? If they stay in the abyss for 3 to 5 years without coming out, do we have to wait here for a few years as well? This king represents His Holiness the God Emperor and shoulders the sacred responsibility of patrolling the boundless heaven continent. How can this king waste time here?" Divine King Stellar Aspect put on the airs of a divine envoy with great authority. Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon Realm Lord immediately felt a headache as their hearts clenched. When they decided to seek help from the divine envoy, they had expected such a situation to occur. They did not expect such a situation to occur the moment Divine King Stellar Aspect arrived at the abyss entrance. Helpless, the duo could only bite the bullet and persuade him while apologizing to him. "Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. You hold a high position and shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the entire continent. How can we dare to waste your time? Lord Divine Envoy, please calm your anger. This subordinate was inconsiderate. This subordinate deserves death. However, Lord Divine Envoy, please calm down. Those 4 deity kings are extremely insolent. It's impossible for them to wait that long. At most, half a month. At least, 3 to 5 days. They will definitely appear." "All right." Divine King Stellar Aspect nodded as he said with a gloomy expression, "Then, we'll set half a month as the deadline. If they still do not appear by then, we'll proceed according to this king's plan." Chapter 3397. Unknowingly, another 4 days passed. Godly King Stellar Aspect, Jing Feihong, and the Golden Dragon Domain Lord waited patiently at the entrance to the abyss. Nearly 100 high divine lords had followed their instructions and set up ambushes around the entrance. Even though Ji Tianxing and Xiao Qingyu had yet to appear, They had all prepared themselves mentally. However, they were all mentally prepared to not retreat for less than half a month. In addition, the 40-plus factions around the abyss had all retreated further away. Although the Golden Dragon Domain Lord had obeyed Godly King Stellar Aspect's orders and chased them away, the leaders of many factions had recognized the Golden Dragon Domain Lord. They had all guessed that Jing Feihong was definitely another godly king. As for the leader, Godly King Stellar Aspect, his aura was even more powerful and dignified. His status was definitely higher than the Golden Dragon Domain Lords. In addition, the 3 Godly King experts had brought nearly 100 High Divine Lords to surround the entrance to the abyss. Even a fool could tell that something big had happened. Something earth-shattering was definitely going to happen. Who would be willing to miss this once-in-a-lifetime show? Thus, the thousands of godly lords of the 40-plus factions were unwilling to leave the Golden Dragon Abyss. In order not to be an eyesore to the 3 godly kings, they would rather retreat 10,000 kilometers away and silently observe the situation at the entrance to the abyss. 4 days passed in the outside world. Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, Yank, and the others had already been in seclusion for half a year in the distorted spacetime. In this half a year, Chao Qingyu had focused on cultivation and did his best to consolidate his foundation at the 4th level of the Godly King realm. Yank had also done his best to increase his strength and was gradually approaching the peak of the 4th level of the Godly King realm. His combat strength had also increased. As for Ji Tianxing, he had already completely refined the remaining 6 divine spark fragments. This had allowed his strength at the 2nd level of the Godly King realm to be even more stable, and his combat strength had increased significantly. Furthermore, the number of divine Dao laws he had mastered had increased to 400. When the time was up, Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation. However, he did not leave, nor did he awaken Yank and Chao Qingyu. He frowned as he pondered, "I've already been in seclusion for 2 years. Only half a month in the outside world. Although I've gained a lot from this trip, breaking through to the 2nd level of the Godly King realm and my combat strength, I haven't been able to create the sword. However, I haven't had the time to forge the Heaven Burier sword. Why don't I take this opportunity to help it advance to the king level?" Ever since Ji Tianxing came into contact with God King experts, every time he fought with a God King expert, he would be at a disadvantage because of his divine weapon. Everyone else had a king-grade divine artifact, but his heaven-burying sword was still at the monarch grade. Even if his battle prowess was the same as others, his hands and feet would be tied, and he would not be able to unleash his full strength. God King Realm Divine Sword of Divine Dao. King Divine Swords Divine God, Divine to Heaven, to upgrade to Sword to Divine Sword to the Sword of Sword. God King God. Divine to God of Divine to God King, to Heaven Divine to Him of Divine to be. He used his mind to contact Buried Heaven, who had been in a deep slumber for a long time, and told him that he wanted to reforge the divine sword. Burial of Heaven had been waiting for this day for a long time. Once it confirmed that it had enough materials, it agreed without hesitation. Next, Ji Tianxing began to prepare things related to the reforging of the divine sword. Divine cauldrons or divine cauldrons were needed. The divine cauldrons in Kenshin's tomb and the divine weapon pavilion could be put to good use. It had been almost 100 years since he last used the divine cauldron. This time, Ji Tianxing took out the divine cauldron and placed it in the distorted spacetime. He had plenty of godly stones and resources in his interspatial ring, so he had plenty of them. Moreover, there was a sea of lava outside the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Tower. He could extract endless 7-colored divine flames from it. Those were king-level divine flames, the purest divine flames in the Earth's core. They were most suitable for refining king-level divine weapons. Finally, Ji Tianxing took out a few more materials from his spatial ring. A bottle of galaxy gold sand, a portion of Xuanji source qi, and a 30,000-year-old divine dragon spine. He got these 3 materials from Chao Qingyu's cave abode. Fortunately, Chao Qingyu was cultivating in seclusion not far away and did not notice. Otherwise, Chao Qingyu would feel a little awkward if she saw him using these 3 materials to refine a weapon. In addition, Ji Tianxing took out 4 purple flame divine stones and a piece of 7 fire divine metal. The 7 fire divine metal had been refined by Yang and could be used to refine weapons. However, the purple flame divine stone was different. Ji Tianxing still needed to refine it into purple flame silver thread before it could be used. After all, the normal purple flame divine stone was only a supreme monarch level material. With everything ready, Ji Tianxing began to refine weapons. He took out 1 billion divine stones and placed them in the divine cauldron to support the divine flames. Then he cast a spell to guide the 7-colored divine flames in the sea of lava into the divine cauldron. The 7-colored divine flames burned in the divine cauldron, and many arrays were activated, causing the divine flames to burn more vigorously and the temperature to rise rapidly. Next, Ji Tianxing placed the 4 purple flame divine stones into the cauldron and began to refine the purple flame silver thread. This task was not complicated, but it required a lot of skill and experience. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing was very experienced. He had done this many times in the past, so he was very familiar with this task now. Half a month later, the 4 purple flame divine stones disappeared and turned into thousands of purple flame silver thread. Every single silver strand was 10 zhang long. Light swirled around them, and they burned with intense purple flames. They looked extremely gorgeous. All 5 materials were ready. Ji Tianxing placed the Burial of Heaven sword into the divine cauldron and began to refine the Burial of Heaven sword into a ball of golden liquid. Half a month later, he began to add materials into the divine cauldron. Each material had to be added at a different time, and their effects were also different. This required an experienced divine blacksmith to accurately fuse the materials with the sword embryo through the divine flames and the divine cauldron's fine control. All in all, this task took a very long time and was very complicated. God King level divine weapons were not something that just any God King could refine. Time passed quickly. 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, another half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Yang and Chao Qingyu came out of seclusion and stopped cultivating. The 2 of them were still wondering why Ji Tianxing had not woken them up after such a long time. When the 2 of them saw a divine cauldron the size of a palace under the blood flame's sacred tree, they understood what was going on. What is young master doing? Is he refining a divine pill? Maybe he's refining a divine weapon? I think I heard young master say that he's planning to refine a divine sword. Let's go and take a look. Yang raised his eyebrows and said instigated. Chao Qingyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. He said expectantly, "My skill in refining is very ordinary. I'll definitely benefit a lot from watching young master refine a divine weapon." "You're very sneaky." Yang looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said unhappily, "You must have benefited a lot from following master for so long, right?" "Of course, not." Chao Qingyu naturally did not want to admit it. He just felt a little guilty and quickly turned his face away. Yan Ku stared at him for a while and suddenly realized something. He exclaimed in surprise. How did you break through to Tier 4? Chapter 3398. Yang's eyes widened as he revealed an expression of disbelief. Chao Qingyu was rather proud and could not help but puff out his chest. He smiled and said, "How is it? I'm also a middle divine king now, the same realm as you. In the future, you don't have the right to show off in front of me." Yang frowned and said with jealousy, "I already said that young master gave you a lot of benefits and you still don't want to admit it? So what if I did?" Chao Qingyu simply admitted it and said proudly, "You're jealous, right?" "You damn it." Yang's face darkened and said angrily, "So what if we're at the same realm? You just broke through to the 4th realm and I'm already at the peak of the 4th realm. If you're not convinced, let's fight now, how about it?" What a waste of time. I still want to watch young master refine weapons. Chao Qingyu rolled his eyes and flew towards the 9 heavens cauldron. In the past, he would not have such an expression. After following Ji Tianxing for a long time, he rolled his eyes very smoothly. Yan Ku suppressed his anger and hurriedly followed him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived near the Nine Heavens Cauldron. At this time, the two of them saw that Ji Tianxing was sitting cross-legged in the distorted space and was concentrating on casting the divine skill. He was absorbing the power of the blood flame sacred tree to maintain his divine power at the peak while casting the divine skill to control the Nine Heavens Cauldron. Both of his hands were holding the divine skill and shooting out rays of five-colored divine light to adjust the flame in the Nine Heavens Cauldron and control the sword embryo and a few other materials. Looking at his skill, Yang and Xiao Qingyu could not take their eyes off him and revealed a look of curiosity and surprise. The two of them temporarily forgot about their anger and started to discuss in a low voice. What kind of skill is young master using? Why can't I understand it? You're a big guy and your brain is not enough. How can you understand it? Don't look down on me as if you can understand it. Although I don't understand it very well, I'm observing and learning. I despise you. Immune to contempt. The two of them bickered, but their eyes were fixed on the divine cauldron and Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing's refining skills, casting techniques, and timing were all perfect. The subtle changes in the divine cauldron also indicated that the divine sword would continue to strengthen, and the sword embryo would gradually take shape. Yang and Xiao Qingyu saw this and learned many skills from it. Soon, another half a year had passed. Ji Tianxing had been refining the sword of burial of heaven for an entire year. However, it seemed that his refining work was not even halfway done yet. After fusing with the five materials, the sword embryo underwent a new transformation, and its shape was basically confirmed. However, Ji Tianxing still had to make some minor adjustments to sort out the internal structure of the divine sword, down to every grain of metal and every vein. This took another 3 months. Next was the most important part of refining the divine sword: inscribing law divine marks and divine formation divine marks. The biggest difference between king-grade divine artifacts and monarch-grade divine artifacts was that king-grade divine craftsmen could inscribe divine Dao laws onto weapons, armors, and other items. Meanwhile, divine lord-level experts could only grasp and use divine Dao laws, but could not apply them onto equipment. In addition, the formation patterns inscribed on king-grade divine artifacts were often called restrictions. The more laws and restrictions a divine artifact contained, the stronger its power. Of course, the level of the laws and restrictions also had to be high enough. An ordinary king-grade divine artifact could condense 100 types of laws and thousands of restrictions, and it was a qualified low-grade king-grade divine artifact. Meanwhile, a middle-grade king-grade divine artifact needed at least 300 types of laws and 3,000 restrictions. As for a high-grade king-grade divine artifact, it needed 900 types of laws and 9,000 restrictions. As for a supreme-grade king-grade divine artifact, that was a divine item that only existed in legends. It was said that it appeared in the ancient era, but it had not been heard of in the past 10,000 years. A supreme-grade king-grade divine artifact needed at least 1,800 types of laws and 18,000 restrictions. Even Kenshin in his previous life did not grasp that many divine Dao laws. The previous sword of burial of heaven, at its peak, was merely a high-grade king-grade divine artifact. Even so, it had once been ranked in the top 10 of the divine world's divine artifact rankings. Ji Tianxing was still focused on casting spells. He was inscribing divine runes of laws and divine runes of array Dao on the brand new Heaven Burier sword. This work was very meticulous, and there was no room for error. Therefore, his inscribing speed was not fast, and his mind was also fully focused. Xiao Qingyu and Yang kept their mouths shut and watched attentively, afraid that they would miss any details. 1 month, 3 months, 5 months, half a year. Time passed quickly, but the three of them did not notice. After a full 2 years, Ji Tianxing had inscribed 300 types of laws and 3,000 restrictions on the sword of burial of heaven. Only now did he stop inscribing divine patterns and carry out the final finishing work. Xiao Qingyu and Yang were already stunned and could not help but exclaim, "Oh my God! Young Master actually inscribed 300 divine runes of laws and 3,000 types of formation restrictions on the divine sword. Mid-grade king-grade divine artifact? He actually made a mid-grade king-grade divine artifact in one go? Isn't this too exaggerated? Could he be a medium divine blacksmith? A divine king who could make a king-grade divine artifact was no longer a blacksmith, but a divine blacksmith. However, divine blacksmiths were also divided into lower, middle, and upper levels. Among them, lesser divine blacksmiths were more common. Divine kings like Chao Qingyu and Yang could become lesser divine blacksmiths after 1,000 years of refining. However, medium divine blacksmiths were rarer, and there were only 1 or 2 in 10 divine kings. As for higher divine blacksmiths, they were even more of a legendary existence, and there were only a few of them in the entire continent. Chao Qingyu and Yang knew this, so how could they not be shocked? We're rich. We can watch a medium divine blacksmith forge up close. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Look at you, don't be so excited. As long as we follow young master, we just need to serve him well and do our duty. There will be many opportunities to watch in the future. 3 days later, Ji Tianxing's forging was completely finished. The 9 heavens cauldrons stopped spinning, and the endless divine flames were finally extinguished. Swoosh! After the cauldron's lid was opened, a 4-foot-long, pitch-black divine sword flew out of the cauldron. This was the new burial of heaven sword that had completed its upgrade and transformation. It was longer and wider than an ordinary divine sword, straight and upright, but also mysterious and gloomy, containing a bone-chilling aura of death. Originally, the burial of heaven sword that Kenshin wielded back then was a mighty sword of light, with divine light and no gloomy aura of death. But now, the burial of heaven sword had become like this. Ji Tianxing held the burial of heaven sword with both hands, frowning as he observed it for a moment. He couldn't help but mutter, "I thought it was caused by the origin stones, and that it would return to its original state after you restored the king-grade divine artifact. I didn't expect that after fusing so many king-grade materials, it would still be as black as ink, gloomy and cold. Could it be related to our experience?" The burial of heaven's deep voice sounded in his mind. Perhaps. Otherwise, why would it carry the aura of death? You can only slowly solve this problem in the future. Chapter 3399. Alright, you should get used to the new sword body first. Ji Tianxing instructed the burial of heaven and kept the burial of heaven sword. When he kept the 9th heaven cauldron back into the divine weapon chamber, he saw Yang and Chao Qingyu discussing in the distorted space-time not far away. "I haven't informed you, why have you come out of seclusion?" Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked the both of them. Chao Qingyu and Yang stopped their discussion and hurriedly flew over to greet him. "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, Lord." After greeting him, Chao Qingyu explained, "Young master, before we went into seclusion, you said that you would wake us up 2 years later. We kept thinking about it and came out of seclusion when the time was up. In the end, when we came, you were still refining the divine sword, so we didn't dare to disturb you and just waited by the side." Yang added on, "My lord's armament refining skills and techniques are something we have never heard of before, so we just observed from the side. I hope my lord doesn't blame us." Ji Tianxing sized them up and laughed lightly. "Not bad, the both of you are quite ambitious. During this seclusion, Qingyu has broken through to the 4th stage realm and Yang's ability has also increased by quite a bit. Very good." Compared to Chao Qingyu and Yang, his improvement was the greatest. Not only did he break through to the next realm, he had mastered 400 Godao laws and even reforged the burial of heaven sword. In total, his battle power had increased by 10 times. The results of this seclusion were satisfactory and Ji Tianxing was very satisfied. "Alright, we have been delayed here for 4 years and 1 month has passed outside. It's time for us to leave." Saying that, he led Chao Qingyu and Yang away from the blood flame sacred tree and flew towards the outside. Yang hurriedly followed up and asked him, "My lord, did you teach Chao Qingyu some remarkable secret skill? Or did he give him some kind of treasure? Otherwise, based on his talent and aptitude, how could he possibly become a middle-level divine king? You see, I've also reached the peak of the 4th level, why don't you also?" Before Yang could finish, Ji Tianxing waved his hand and interrupted him. he said with a faint smile. Did you forget what I said before? As long as you perform well and are loyal to your duty. Yank didn't need to finish his sentence to know what he meant. He quickly nodded and said, Understood. Understood. To put it bluntly, he had only followed Ji Tianxing for a short period of time, and his contributions were not enough. He was not qualified to be taught by Ji Tianxing. The three of them didn't say anything more. They left the distorted space-time together and flew out of the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Tower. Shwa. With a flash of white light, the three of them appeared outside the divine tower, standing in the air above the sea of lava. Looking around, the lava sea within a radius of 1,000 miles was still calm. The heaven-destroying sword formation that blotted out the sky was still operating on its own. Starlight flickered. Ji Tianxing checked and found that the heaven-destroying sword formation was not damaged at all, nor had it been attacked. We have been cultivating in seclusion for so long, and half a month has passed in the outside world, but no one has come here. The sword formation is also not damaged. It seems that the forces that entered the abyss to explore have all left. Chao Qingyu nodded in agreement. He asked, Master, should we continue to explore and search for treasures, or should we leave the abyss? Yank frowned and reminded him, we already know that the mineral veins and resources that appeared on the reef islands were bait deliberately released by Qi Fei. In the past 2 months, a few thousand surgods from dozens of forces swept through the lava sea. Now that Qi Fei is dead, there shouldn't be many resources and treasures left in the lava sea, right? Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, even if there are some resources and treasures left, they are the leftovers of others, and we don't need them. Let's leave the abyss first and continue south. I still have many things to do. Indeed. He had returned to the divine king realm, and the sword of burial of heaven had been restored to the king level. He might not be able to do whatever he wanted in the divine world, but he could at least cross the 4 continents and the various seas easily. He wanted to return to the chaotic land and look for his old subordinates. Moreover, he wanted to go to the dragon realm as soon as possible to find Wuhan. Swoosh. Swoosh swoosh. Divine light flashed. Ji Tianxing and the other 2 streaked across the sky like lightning, heading straight for the exit of the abyss. Even though the sky above the lava sea was filled with the 7-colored divine flames. After Qi Fei died, the 7-colored divine flames were not controlled by anyone, and they became especially turbulent and violent. The 7-colored divine flames that filled the abyss were several times more than normal. Not only were they more violent, but their density was also more terrifying. Even Ji Tianxing and the other 2's flying speed was affected, and they slowed down a little. If an ordinary surgod came, it would be almost impossible for them to move, and they would be burned to ashes in a short while. Fortunately, the journey was peaceful, and there were no incidents. 2 days later, Ji Tianxing and the other 2 returned to the exit, and flew along the abyss to the surface. In the process of flying, they found that the 7-colored divine flames in the abyss that was about 10,000 miles deep had increased by several times. Under such circumstances, surgods could not enter at all. The 3 were getting closer and closer to the surface, and they were about to leave the abyss. Chao Qingyu could not help but sigh. This golden dragon abyss has been prosperous for thousands of years, and it has attracted countless surgods to explore. It was unknown how many people had been buried here, and how many people had obtained opportunities here. But from now on, this abyss can be considered to have declined. Not only will no surgods be able to enter, but the treasures and resources in the abyss will also wither. Ji Tianxing nodded and said, this was originally a trap set by Qi Fei. Every 100 years, he will devour a batch of surgods, so it's good that it's destroyed. Compared to the many surgods who died tragically here, the resources in the abyss are actually nothing. Chao Qingyu smiled and said emotionally, but this is the nature of the god race. They selectively ignore the cannon fodder and the dead, and only focus on the lucky ones who have made a fortune and obtained opportunities. This is because they also desire to be the lucky ones, to stand out from the many surgods and not be mediocre. Yank felt the same and said with a complicated tone, only one genius can be born out of 100 mediocre people. But everyone only sees the halo of a genius, and chooses to ignore the sacrifice of 99 mediocre people. While the three were talking, they had already flown out of the abyss. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In a flash of divine light, they returned to the surface. After passing through the gap in the divine flame's light shield, they completely left the abyss and flew back into the blue sky. Before they could see their surroundings clearly, they heard two cold voices gnashing their teeth. "Damn bastards, you're finally out." "Pa, this king's long wait was not in vain. You're finally here." Hearing these two familiar voices, Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, and Yank looked up. They saw the white-robed Golden Dragon Region Master and silver-armored Jing Feihong staring at them from above, their faces filled with hatred and cold smiles. The three of them looked around and saw that nearly 100 high divine lords had already surrounded them. Chapter 3400. The Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong were filled with hatred. They looked like they were about to spit fire from their eyes as they gritted their teeth. The hundreds of upper-level deity lords in different attire around them were also cold and murderous, silent and solemn. Ji Tianxing probed further with his deific consciousness and discovered that there were 5 emperor-level divine formations hidden around them. There were formations for concealment, suppression, sealing, and attack. It was a complete set. Faced with such a situation, Ji Tianxing and the other two were only slightly surprised. There was no hint of panic or worry. Yank was the first to speak, mocking with a sneer. "Oh, isn't this the Golden Dragon Region Lord? More than a month ago, you ran away like a stray dog. How dare you come back for revenge today? Have you grown bolder? Or did you hate him so much that you've lost your mind?" Chao Qingyu looked at Jing Feihong with feigned surprise and sneered, "You don't know Yank. That's the Region Lord, Jing Feihong. You may not know this, but Lord Jing was defeated by young master as well. He was beaten up badly. I was wondering why the Golden Dragon Region Lord dared to come back and ambush us. It turns out that he found Jing Feihong to help him." Yank pretended to be enlightened and nodded. "I see. No wonder the Golden Dragon Region Lord is so bold and arrogant. However, you're too blind, Region Lord. Why did you ask Jing Feihong for help? He was defeated by our young master as well. You two stray dogs are no match for our young master even if you join forces. You'll still be beaten up today." Yank and Chao Qingyu's sarcastic tone made Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon Realm's rulers so angry that their faces turned ashen, and their chests rose and fell rapidly. "Despicable beasts, don't you dare be so arrogant. Let's see how long you can be smug. Laugh as much as you like. This king guarantees that you won't even have time to cry later." Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon Region Lord cursed through gritted teeth, their faces filled with malicious grins. At this moment, Ji Tianxing finally spoke. He looked calmly at the two territorial rulers, a cold smile on his lips as he said, "I originally thought that the lesson I gave you last time was enough, and that you wouldn't dare to come back for revenge. I didn't expect the two of you to join forces. However, with just the two of you and more than 100 Sir Gods, you want to seek revenge from this king? How naive. If I'm not wrong, you should have found a stronger backer. For example, the other domain lords or experts above the domain lords. Otherwise, where did you get the confidence to speak to me like this?" It was indeed beyond Ji Tianxing's expectations that the Golden Dragon Realm ruler and Jing Feihong would join forces and set up an ambush here. But since it had already happened, he immediately accepted the reality. Based on this, he deduced that the other party still had powerful reinforcements, but they were hiding them temporarily. As expected, the Golden Dragon Domain Master and Jing Feihong both grinned coldly. "Ha! Although you little bastard are hateful, you're not stupid. Tianxing, it doesn't matter how smart or cunning you are. It's useless. Your time of death has come. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. You will die without a doubt." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other, bowed at the same time, and retreated. They shouted in unison, "Welcome, Divine Envoy Hao In." As their sonorous voices rang out, a God Clan man, who was 30 meters tall, had 6 colorful wings, blood-red eyes, and a head full of golden hair, stepped out. Swoosh. As soon as this person appeared, he brought with him an invisible divine power that covered the entrance of the abyss, which was thousands of miles wide. The unparalleled divine power that suppressed the heavens and the earth was like a flood, pressing down on Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, and Yank. In an instant, the sneers on Chao Qingyu and Yank's faces froze, and their brows furrowed tightly. Their eyes also became serious. Who is this guy? His strength is a medium divine king. And he's at the peak of the 5th tier? Only Ji Tianxing's expression did not change. He stared at the 30-meter-tall divine king's stellar aspect and shook his head. No, not the peak of the 5th tier, but the initial stage of the 6th tier. 6th tier of the divine king realm. Upon hearing this news, Chao Qingyu and Yank's expressions changed again, and their eyes became even more serious. They were still full of confidence a moment ago, but now, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over them, and their backs turned cold. 6th stage God-King experts were not commonly seen in the continent. Among the hundreds of territorial lords, only 30% of them could reach this level. Furthermore, these territorial lords were located in the middle of the continent, occupying the most prosperous and affluent regions. For example, the Northern Heaven Domain, the Cloud Domain, and the Golden Dragon Domain were located at the borders of the Boundless Heaven continent. In comparison, they were more barren, and it was almost impossible to see a 6th-tier Divine King. Divine King's stellar aspect looked down at Ji Tianxing from above, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Kid, to be able to maintain your composure after seeing this king, you must be having a hard time holding on, right? Do you know who this king is? Do you know that this king has waited here for a month for the both of you? This is your honor. To be able to make this king wait for so long, and to receive this king's judgment and punishment, you should be proud and grateful. Divine King's stellar aspect changed his gloomy image from before and became spirited. His voice boomed like a bell, and his aura was incomparably dignified. This was because his identity had already been announced. Not only were the crowd present, but there were also thousands of divine lords waiting to watch the show in the sky above the forest thousands of miles away. No matter what, Divine King's stellar aspect had to maintain the dignity and dominance of Divine Envoy Haotian. He must not disgrace the dignity of the God Emperor. After all, he was the envoy of the Azura God Emperor on the continent. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and looked at Divine King's stellar aspect. He said with a teasing smile, "There's no need to introduce yourself. Haven't those two fellows already shouted out? Divine Envoy Haotian. Right, what's Divine Envoy Haotian? Why hasn't this king heard of it before? Could it be a self-given title?" As he said that, he turned his head to ask Chao Qingyu and Yank, "Have the two of you heard of Divine Envoy Haotian?" Chao Qingyu shook his head honestly. After all, he had left the vast heaven continent for 10,000 years and had only returned this year. He still did not understand the changes in the vast heaven continent. Yank frowned. After thinking for a moment, he explained, "I haven't heard of Divine Envoy Haotian, but I know of Chaos Divine Envoy. They are the envoys under the God Emperor, and they patrol the continent on behalf of the God Emperor, handling all sorts of miscellaneous matters." Ji Tianxing understood and nodded. "Oh, so they are the envoys of the Azura God Emperor, patrolling guards." Seeing the trio's reaction, Divine King's stellar aspect frowned as his eyes shimmered with a cold glint. "Kid, since you know this king's identity, why aren't you kneeling? Are you looking down on the dignity of His Majesty the God Emperor? Do you want to be executed?" The Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong stood behind Divine King's stellar aspect. They were overjoyed when they saw Ji Tianxing and company ridiculing them without a care. The two of them looked at each other and could not help but communicate through voice transmissions, letting out joyful cheers. "Ha! Look at their dumb looks. They are simply too stupid. Ha! They are indeed arrogant enough. They don't even care about Divine Envoy Haotian? They are dead for sure now. Even the heavens can't save them." Chapter 3401. The more arrogant Ji Tianxing and company were and the worse their attitude toward godly King Stellar Aspect, The more the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong gloated. They invited Godly King's stellar aspect to uphold justice. Relying on Godly King's stellar aspect's strength was secondary. Most importantly, they wanted to borrow Godly King's stellar aspect's status and authority to suppress and punish Ji Tianxing and company. Regardless of where Ji Tianxing and company came from, what background they had, or what schemes they had, it was all useless in front of Divine Emissary Hao Yin. Even if they had powerful backers and backgrounds, they could not compare to Divine Emissary Hao Yin. This was because Divine Emissary Hao Yin was an emissary of the Azura God Emperor. Offending Divine Emissary Hao Yin was equivalent to offending the Azura God Emperor. It was not tolerated by the entire boundless heaven continent. When that happened, Ji Tianxing and company would be consigned to eternal damnation. The Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong could sit back and watch the show. They could wait to see them suffer the wrath of the Azura God Emperor. At that moment, Godly King's stellar aspect was already enraged. He was berating Ji Tianxing and company. The show was about to begin. How could they not be excited and look forward to it? Facing Godly King's stellar aspect's pressure, Ji Tianxing remained indifferent. He said coldly, "Firstly, you are only the Azura God Emperor's lackey and not the Azura God Emperor himself. Even if I meet the Azura God Emperor, I will not kneel and greet him, much less you. Secondly, you did not ask for the truth and listened to the slanderous words of those two region lords. Don't you think that's too foolish? You don't even know that you are being used by the two of them and are still flaunting your prowess here. What right do you have to be Divine Emissary Hao Yin?" Although Godly King's stellar aspect had nothing to do with him. But Godly King's stellar aspect did not have much of a relationship with the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong. Under such circumstances, Godly King's stellar aspect, as the divine emissary who patrolled the continent, should maintain a fair and just attitude. Regardless of the matter, he should let both parties confront each other and determine who was in the wrong before dealing with punishment. This was the attitude of a divine emissary. Hao Tian would not sully the reputation of the Azura God Emperor. However, Godly King's stellar aspect did not do so. He had been waiting at the entrance of the abyss for a month. He was already burning with anger and hated Ji Tianxing and the others. Therefore, he was destined not to listen to Ji Tianxing's words. "Ha, brat. How dare you insult me? Looking down on His Holiness the God Emperor? Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me how to handle matters? Godly King's stellar aspects divine emissaries King, Ethis. Stellar King stellar aspect stellar Emperor stellar Sunday was stellar King Hao Yin was. Don't try to confuse right and wrong, invert black and white, and sow discord between this king and the two domain lords. Let me tell you clearly, you're finished. Stellar divine you. This. Just based on the fact that you looked down on His Majesty the God Emperor and spoke arrogant words to insult this king, you have committed an unforgivable capital crime. Don't even think of quibbling or struggling. Accept your punishment. As he spoke, Stellar Aspect raised his right hand and gradually clenched his fist. He bellowed with an authoritative tone, "These three fanatics have already violated the Divine Emperor's heavenly decree. Their crimes are punishable by death. Everyone listen up. Kill the criminal immediately. Execute him without mercy." Following God King Stellar Aspect's order, nearly 100 fully armed High Divine Lords brandished their divine weapons in unison, besieging Ji Tianxing's group of 3. Everyone gave it their all and used their strongest killing moves. They released divine art shadows that blotted out the sky and rained down on the trio. Swoosh. Nearly 10,000 divine light blades blotted out the sky for hundreds of kilometers. They immediately drowned out Ji Tianxing and company. The trio was in an extremely perilous situation, but they remained composed and did not panic. As the divine light blades rained down on them, Yang and Chao Qingyu drew their sabers and swords, using their divine abilities to counterattack. Moreover, the two of them also released a vast amount of divine power, forming a thick divine light shield to protect themselves. Ji Tianxing did not conjure a defensive shield. he looked up at the divine art light raining down on him and actually opened his arms. If not for the divine light radiating from his body and him using some sort of divine ability or mystic technique, anyone would think that he was waiting for death. After all, he looked as though he was hugging the divine light blades. Borrowing strength to fight strength, a tooth for a tooth. Double rebound. Ji Tianxing bellowed as he released boundless black and white divine light that condensed into a gigantic ball of light. The ball of light was black and white, spinning rapidly like a yin-yang diagram. The two energies fused together, appearing extremely mysterious and profound. Bam, 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 bam. The boundless divine art light blades rained down on the black and white ball of light, producing a series of dull booms. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The thousands of divine art light blades did not shatter. Instead, they pierced into the black and white ball of light and passed through it unscathed, accelerating toward the surrounding higher divine lords. On the surface, the divine art light blades did not seem to have changed. However, everyone was an expert and could clearly sense that after the divine art light blades passed through the black and white ball of light, not only did they double in speed, their power also doubled. Clearly, Ji Tianxing was borrowing strength to fight strength. He was using the attacks of the divine lords to multiply their power before changing targets to attack those higher divine lords. He did not expend much energy, but the power of his attacks was abnormally terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The next moment, the thousands of divine light blades struck the surrounding divine lords, producing deafening booms. Those high divine lords all exploded into balls of dazzling divine light, blood and bits of flesh that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 higher divine lords were severely injured, their divine bodies crumbling on the spot. Only a few of them were relatively lucky. After their divine bodies were destroyed, they still had a divine spark left. They fled the battlefield in a panic. As for the divine lords who were struck, their divine bodies and divine sparks crumbled together, dying on the spot. Both sides had only exchanged one blow, but Ji Tianxing had already dealt a heavy blow to his opponents with his incomparably exquisite and bizarre divine abilities and secret techniques. Nearly 100 higher divine lords had been reduced by a third. The remaining 60-odd divine lords were also frightened out of their wits, their eyes filled with deep fear. The Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong also widened their eyes in disbelief. They could not help but exclaim, "What's going on? It's only been a month. How did he become stronger again? Damn it! Wasn't he clearly injured before? Why is he completely fine? Why did he become even more ferocious?" Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon Domain Lord could not understand. They could not believe their eyes. God King Stellar Aspect's brows were tightly knitted together as his expression turned even darker. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Even Yank and Xiao Qingyu were shocked by Ji Tianxing and could not help but exclaim, "Wow! Young master, what divine ability is this? Why have I never seen you use it before?" "Young master, this divine ability of yours is simply incomparably exquisite and invincible. What's its name?" Chapter 3402. Double Reflection. It's a divine ability that I figured out on my own when I was in seclusion. This is my first time using it. Let's test it out on them. Ji Tianxing smiled and explained to Yank and Xiao Qingyu. Indeed, this divine ability mystic art was something he had figured out and created from the heaven vanquishing array diagram. Today was his first time using it, and the effects were pretty good. He was very satisfied. Of course, he also felt that this divine ability was not perfect. There were still many areas that could be improved upon. Only through actual combat could he discover the flaws and improve upon them in the future. Double reflection? Xiao Qingyu and Yank frowned as they looked at Ji Tianxing with odd expressions. "Young master, isn't the name you gave to this divine ability a little too casual? Your Excellency, this divine ability is so wondrous and powerful. I think you should give it a domineering name and not be so sloppy and perfunctory." Ji Tianxing had always been good at listening to different opinions. He thought seriously for a moment and nodded. "All right, This name is indeed something I came up with at the last minute. It's a little sloppy. However, it's just a name. It's pretty good to be simple and straightforward. No matter how intimidating the name is, if the divine ability itself isn't exquisite enough, isn't it useless? Therefore, there's no need for the two of you to argue about the name. I think it's pretty good. Ah. Chao Qingyu was stunned and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yank thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Your Excellency, what you said makes a lot of sense. I agree. Just as he said that, Chao Qingyu glared at him and said with a mocking smile, Yank, your bootlicking skills have improved, huh? Not far away, God King Stellar Aspect saw Ji Tianxing and company talking and laughing. He was immediately enraged and even angrier. Bastard! Do you think this king doesn't exist? Too arrogant. Courting death. God King Stellar Aspect roared angrily as he waved his hand again and gave the order to attack. Those 60+ high divine lords all looked like they had yet to recover from their shock, their hearts full of hesitation and hesitation. Everyone looked at each other. After a moment of hesitation, they reluctantly brandished their swords and sabers, launching a second round of attacks on Ji Tianxing and the other two. The Golden Dragon Realm Master and Jing Feihong also furrowed their brows in worry and anxiety. At that moment, Godly King Stellar Aspect turned his head to look at the two of them and bellowed angrily, What are the two of you standing there for? The ruler of the Golden Dragon domain was taken aback. Jing Feihong pointed at the tip of his nose with a bitter expression. Both of them had been beaten up by Ji Tianxing before, leaving a shadow in their hearts. The ambush on Ji Tianxing was with Godly King Stellar Aspect present, so they did not plan on taking action. Unexpectedly, Godly King Stellar Aspect directly called him out. Nonsense! Do you want to watch a good show? Godly King Stellar Aspect glared angrily as he roared. The Golden Dragon Realm Master and Jing Feihong trembled in fright. They no longer dared to hesitate and could only bite the bullet and launch an attack. Bastard Tianxing, this king will fight it out with you. Bastard, hand over your life. The two of them roared angrily. They waved their divine weapons and used their most powerful techniques to attack Ji Tianxing and the other two. And at that moment, dozens of divine lords cast divine art shadows that filled the sky, drowning Ji Tianxing and company. The previous scene played out once again. Ji Tianxing's body emitted divine light that condensed into a gigantic black and white sphere of light that enveloped him, Yank, and Chao Qingyu. Thousands of divine art shadows and divine powers blasted into the black and white sphere of light. After the divine light passed through the sphere of light, it appeared several times more powerful. It blasted at the divine lords at a much faster speed. The tragedy from before played out once again. Boom, boom, boom. Another 40-odd high-level divine lords were struck by the thousands of divine light blades. They were instantly turned into fireworks that emitted resplendent divine light. Of course, it was inevitable that a rain of blood would splatter across the sky. Countless bits of flesh and bone would scatter. None of the 40-odd divine lords that were struck survived. All of them were reduced to ashes, their divine heads crumbling. There were only 20 or so high-level divine lords left, and they retreated in horror. They were so frightened that their guts were torn, and they did not dare to attack again. No matter what divine art they used or how powerful their combat strength was, they could not harm a single hair on Ji Tianxing's body. Instead, they would suffer double the damage and die to their own divine arts. What the hell is this? It's too strange and sinister, isn't it? How do I deal with it? What can I do? I'm also in despair. The 20-odd divine lords had all given up. They had lost all will to fight and were like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. Not far away, God King Stellar Aspect witnessed all of this with his own eyes. He could not help but clench his fists in anger. Damn it! He was actually using those divine monarchs as whetstones to test out his newly created divine ability? Furthermore, he only used it once and was able to discover the flaws of the divine art and improve it. When he used that divine art again, its might would be 50% stronger and more natural. This punk's talent and perception are truly frightening. God King's stellar aspect was also extremely shocked. He was rather wary of Ji Tianxing. He had a premonition that Ji Tianxing was probably the strongest and most difficult opponent he had encountered during his inspection of the continent. Meanwhile, the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong also charged over with their weapons. They used divine arts that could sunder heaven and earth as they ruthlessly blasted at Ji Tianxing. As long as we are fast enough, he won't be able to reflect our attacks in time. Furthermore, if we join forces and attack together, as long as the power exceeds what he can withstand, he won't be able to reflect it and will only be severely injured. The two region lords exchanged looks and communicated with their divine senses. They were filled with confidence. They were both godly monarch experts, so they naturally understood the profundity of Ji Tianxing's divine art. They could also guess how to counter it. As long as their attacks were powerful enough to destroy the black and white ball of light, Ji Tianxing wouldn't be able to reflect it. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Swoosh, swoosh. The divine arts used by the two region lords struck the black and white ball of light, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It didn't cause any ripples. The next instant, an even more dazzling divine art shadow flew out of the black and white ball of light. Its power had doubled, and it blasted towards the two region lords with a destructive force. Oh no, he still managed to reflect it. It's over. The Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong's expressions changed drastically. They revealed intense fear in their eyes as they retreated in panic. Boom! Boom! The light of the divine spell, which could destroy heaven and earth, blasted into the two of them, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The two of them were sent flying. They opened their mouths and let out heart-wrenching screams as divine blood splattered all over their bodies. With just one strike, the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong were severely injured. They fell from the sky covered in blood. The Golden Dragon Region Lord had one of his legs severed, while Jing Feihong's waist had a bowl-sized bloody hole. Their injuries were extremely tragic. Chapter 3403. Things were different now. In the past, when the two domain lords fought with Ji Tianxing, they would have to exchange a few hundred blows before a victor was decided. Now, Ji Tianxing had risen by a realm and his combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. He had even created a powerful divine power. The two domain lords were severely injured after exchanging a single blow with him. Not only were the two domain masters unable to accept such a drastic change, they were also inexplicably shocked. Even Ji Tianxing himself was somewhat surprised. The corners of his mouth curled into a teasing smile. I'm already that powerful? Interesting. I wonder how powerful my combat strength will be when I return to peak godly monarch? I'm really looking forward to it. Ji Tianxing muttered to himself. His emotions were surging and he was filled with anticipation. At that moment, of the nearly 100 divine lords, there were only slightly more than 20 left. Furthermore, they were scared out of their wits and did not dare attack again. They had no combat strength to speak of. The two domain lords were also severely injured. Their confidence and fighting spirit had suffered a heavy blow and they had yet to recover from their shock. The only person who remained unscathed and had not attacked was Godly King's stellar aspect. He could no longer pretend to be aloof and arrogant. All he could do was attack. Kid, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. It's no wonder the two domain lords suffered greatly and could only seek help from this king. You are not bad. However, only an expert like you is worthy of being this king's opponent. You are worthy of this king finishing personally. Godly King's stellar aspect flexed his fists as he flapped his 6-colored wings. The blood pupil on his forehead also emitted a dark red divine light. His body ignited with towering sanguine flames as he released a suppressive might that swept towards Ji Tianxing and company. Kid, your performance ends here. With this king personally taking action, you can rest in peace. As he spoke, Godly King's stellar aspect conjured a divine seal with both hands as he used his divine power. Swish, swish. The 8 bronze spears hanging from his waist automatically flew into the sky. They lit up with a blinding light as they emitted an unparalleled sharpness. Kill! Godly King's stellar aspect bellowed as the 8 bronze spears flew out like bolts of lightning, attacking Ji Tianxing from different directions. Each of the bronze spears was a mid-level king-level divine artifact. They contained the power to pierce through everything. They pierced through the sky like auroras, heading straight for the black and white glowing balls. Inside the ball of light, Ji Tianxing, Yang, and Xiao Qingyu's expressions turned grave. In the face of the 2 domain masters and the divine lords, they could not care less and be full of confidence. However, Godly King's stellar aspect posed a great threat to them. The slightest bit of carelessness would put their lives in danger. After all, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Ji Tianxing did not say a word. Instead, he silently activated his divine power and activated the power of the black and white ball of light to its maximum. Bang! Bang bang bang! In the next moment, the 8 bronze spears pierced the black and white ball of light, causing a loud explosion that shook the 9 heavens. This time, the black and white ball of light couldn't withstand it, and it couldn't reflect twice as much. With a loud boom, the black and white ball of light crumbled on the spot, exploding into divine light fragments that blotted out the sky. Ji Tianxing was sent flying as his divine power backlashed his organs. Golden divine blood gushed out of his mouth and nose. Yang and Xiao Qingyu were also swept up by the shockwave. They flew more than 100 kilometers in a wretched state, their faces pale as they gasped for breath. Thankfully, after the 8 bronze spears shattered the black and white ball of light, their might was nearly depleted as they were sent flying back by the shockwave. Upon seeing this, Godly King's stellar aspect heaved a sigh of relief as he revealed a contemptuous sneer. This king thought you were very strong. I really overestimated you. He was still worried that he might fail to shatter the black and white ball of light in one strike and suffer a double rebound. Not only would that embarrass him in front of everyone, but his life would also be in danger. He would definitely be in a wretched state. Therefore, he went all out from the start, hoping to shatter it in one strike. Thankfully, he did it. He saved his face, injured Ji Tianxing, and sent Yang and Xiao Qingyu flying. Not far away, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord, Jing Feihong, and more than 20 divine lords revealed looks of pleasant surprise as they cheered and shouted, "All hail the divine envoy!" As expected of the divine envoy who patrols vast heaven and upholds justice. He's just too powerful. With the divine envoy here, those 3 bastards will definitely be executed. Not only were the 2 domain lords and many divine lords excited, they regained their confidence and anticipation. Even the thousands of god monarchs who were watching the battle in secret from 10,000 miles away were discussing animatedly. Their spirits were high. At this point, they had already figured out the identities of the people present through their observation and eavesdropping. The arrival of the 2 domain lords had already shocked and excited them. The existence of Divine Envoy Vast Heaven was something many divine lords had never heard of. They were even more excited. In the eyes of many divine lords, Divine Envoy Vast Heaven was above the domain lords. He was a lofty and rarely seen noble figure. Now, Divine Envoy Vast Heaven had personally come to the Golden Dragon Abyss to uphold justice for the Golden Dragon domain. They were extremely lucky to be able to witness this scene with their own eyes. Therefore, when they saw Divine Envoy Vast Heaven display his might and defeat Ji Tianxing and company in one strike, countless divine lords cheered and shouted. Everyone's cheers and flattery, as well as countless passionate and worshipful gazes, made Divine King's stellar aspect very happy and satisfied. This was the feeling he wanted. While he was on cloud 9, his confidence also multiplied and he was in high spirits. He was in no hurry to pursue Ji Tianxing and company. He looked down at them from above and shouted proudly, "Brat, do you now understand the difference between you and me? Arrogance and conceit are useless. Being executed is your only way out. Surrender obediently, and I can give you a dignified death." In the sky 50 kilometers away, Ji Tianxing raised his sleeve to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth as he silently circulated his energy to suppress his internal injuries. Yang and Chao Qingyu stood behind him as they circulated their energy to suppress their injuries. They glared at Divine King's stellar aspect with resentful eyes. "Young master, how are your injuries? Are you all right?" "Master, what do we do now? Do we continue fighting him?" Both of them looked at Ji Tianxing, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang came from the Chaos Continent and had no sense of belonging to the Boundless Heaven Continent, nor did he revere it. Therefore, he did not care about the other party's identity. Chao Qingyu was a citizen of the Boundless Heaven Continent and should revere and obey the orders of Divine Envoy Vast Heaven. However, he had left Vast Heaven for nearly 10,000 years. He did not have any concept of reverence for Divine Envoy Vast Heaven and the Azura God Emperor. Therefore, he did not think of submitting. He only listened to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment before sending a voice transmission. "It's not convenient for us to fight here. There are several divine arrays set up around the deep abyss that have not been activated for the time being. I believe that they are trump cards they left behind to deal us a fatal blow at the critical moment. Furthermore, there are dozens of factions and thousands of divine lords watching the battle from afar. If Divine Envoy Vast Heaven and the Golden Dragon Domain Lord are forced into a corner and order those divine lords to join the battle, we will truly be unable to escape. Therefore, we have to leave this place first and shake off those divine lords before continuing the slaughter." Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 3404. Chao Qingyu and Yang naturally approved of Ji Tianxing's decision. Furthermore, what he said was the truth, which was also what they were most worried about. No one had any objections and immediately turned to flee. The trio was more than 300 kilometers away from the edge of the abyss entrance. Under normal circumstances, they could teleport 500 kilometers away from the abyss entrance. But, in the battle just now, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong had secretly activated a massive array. It was a sealing formation that released a formless divine power that enveloped an area of 1,000 miles, sealing off this space. The reason for doing so was to prevent Ji Tianxing and company from escaping. Therefore, it was impossible for him to teleport away. They could only turn and fly away, charging through the invisible sealing array. Swish! Divine light flashed as Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, and Yang turned at the same time and charged toward the edge of the abyss entrance at their fastest speed. They were like bolts of lightning that tore through the sky, erupting with peerlessly sharp auras. Upon seeing this, God King's stellar aspect, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord, and Jing Feihong were stunned. They clearly did not expect that Ji Tianxing and company would suddenly turn and flee when they were brimming with confidence earlier. Even if God King's stellar aspect attacked and injured them in one move, there was no need for them to be so frightened, right? While God King's stellar aspect and company were still in a daze, Ji Tianxing and company had already flown more than 150 kilometers, crossing half the distance. God King's stellar aspect was the first to react as he hurriedly ordered, "Stop them! Activate the array! We can't let them escape!" Upon hearing the order, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong snapped out of their daze and hurriedly cast their arts to activate another divine array. This was a powerful killing array that could release 108,000 sharp blades of divine light that drowned the target like a torrential rain, destroying everything. However, the array was previously invisible, so it would take some time to activate it suddenly. At the very least, they would not be able to make it in time before Ji Tianxing and company escaped. The Golden Dragon Region's Domain Master and Jing Feihong were sweating profusely, but there was nothing they could do. The moment Godly King's stellar aspect saw the turn of events, he knew that he would not be able to stop them in time. Without any hesitation, he powered the 8 bronze spears to attack Ji Tianxing and company. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The divine spear pierced through the air like an aurora, instantly traversing 500 miles and catching up to Ji Tianxing and the other two. Every single spear emitted a dazzling light, carrying an unparalleled murderous intent. They pierced towards the vital points of the three people. Suddenly, Ji Tianxing and the other two fell into a dilemma. If they continued to run forward and ignored the 8 divine spears, they would definitely be pierced by the divine spears and suffer heavy injuries. If they were to cast spells to block and intercept the 8 divine spears, they would have to stop. Even if they didn't stop, their speed would be slowed down and they would be delayed. In that case, the Golden Dragon Domain Master and Jing Feihong would have enough time to activate the invisible killing formation. At that time, the 2 divine formations would operate at the same time, which would definitely bring them great pressure. No matter how capable they were, it would take them a very long time to crack the 2 monarch-level divine formations. It was likely that Godly King's stellar aspect would lead his group to surround them before they could crack the 2 arrays. They would still be surrounded and unable to escape danger. Furthermore, their situation would only become more perilous. At this critical juncture, Chao Qingyu and Yank were filled with anxiety, unsure of what to do. Only Ji Tianxing was as calm as usual, and he was already prepared. He instantly conjured the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda and sucked Yank and Chao Qingyu into it. Swish! With a white flash, Yank and Chao Qingyu vanished. Only Ji Tianxing was still running, and his speed had increased by a few notches. The 8 divine spears adjusted their direction slightly and locked onto him as they sped up. At that moment, Ji Tianxing conjured the Burial of Heaven and used a technique that he had not used in a long time. Man's sword as one. Swish! With a dazzling golden flash, Ji Tianxing's figure also vanished. He fused with the Burial of Heaven, becoming a 10,000-foot-long divine sword that shone with resplendent golden light. The 300 seals on the Burial of Heaven were all activated. The 300 divine Dao laws were also activated at the same time, raising its strength to the limit. In addition to Ji Tianxing's strength augmentation, the Burial of Heaven's strength doubled. The gigantic sword was like a blinding sun as it tore through the sky at the speed of light. It instantly shook off the 8 ancient bronze divine spears and ruthlessly slammed into the invisible sealing array. The next instant, the gigantic divine sword stabbed into the invisible sealing light wall, producing a loud boom that shook the 9 heavens. Boom! The loud boom shook the heavens, spreading for thousands of kilometers. Resplendent golden light bloomed, producing tens of thousands of divine light fragments that scattered in all directions. In the seemingly empty sky, a huge vortex also burst out, causing ripples that resembled stormy waves. Without a doubt, the invisible sealing array had been blasted open. A huge hole had been blasted open in the invisible sealing light wall, and dense cracks had appeared on it. Although the 10,000-foot-long golden sword also had many cracks, and countless divine light fragments were scattered. Those were only sword radiances, not the actual body of the Burial of Heaven. The Burial of Heaven was a mid-king level divine artifact, and it was already very powerful. Furthermore, it had fused with Ji Tianxing, so its strength was even more terrifying. It was reasonable that it could break open a mid-king level sealing array. Swish! After escaping the sealing array, the gigantic golden sword did not slow down at all. It continued to fly south. At this moment, the Golden Dragon Domain ruler and Jing Feihong activated the second invisible killing array. A 5-colored light screen with a radius of 1,000 miles appeared, enveloping the entire entrance to the abyss and releasing 108,000 sharp blades of divine light. Terrifying killing intent and divine power poured down from the screen of light, covering 1,000 miles of the sky. However, all of this was too late. The Golden Dragon Domain ruler and Jing Feihong were dumbfounded. They were shocked and resentful as they muttered indignantly, "Damn it! We actually let them escape? How could this be? That sealing divine array was personally set up by Sir Divine Envoy." Originally, Jing Feihong wanted to express that the sealing array set up by Godly King's stellar aspect was very powerful, and that Ji Tianxing definitely could not break through it. However, Godly King's stellar aspect's face darkened when he heard that. He glared coldly at Jing Feihong. Clearly, Godly King's stellar aspect had not expected Ji Tianxing to be able to break through the divine array he had set up and so easily escape the encirclement. He was shocked, but Jing Feihong had said it in front of everyone. He had lost face, so he was naturally resentful. "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you chasing after them?" Seeing the Golden Dragon Domain ruler and Jing Feihong's vexation, Godly King's stellar aspect bellowed coldly. With that said, he took the lead and flew through the abyss entrance. Riding on the 8 divine spears, he charged south as fast as lightning. The 8 divine spears were arranged in 2 rows under his feet. They carried him as fast as a stream of light. The Golden Dragon Domain ruler and Jing Feihong were taken aback for a moment before regaining their senses. They hurriedly chased south. The 20-odd high-ranked divine lords hesitated for a moment, but they could only bite the bullet and follow. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 3405. Whoosh! High in the sky, above the white sea of clouds, a golden sword beam streaked past. This 10,000-foot-long golden sword beam was the sword of burial of heaven that had fused with Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing had long forgotten how many years it had been since he had fused with the sword of burial of heaven to fight an enemy. After all, the enemies he had encountered in the past were not strong enough, and the situation was not dangerous enough. With his own strength and means, he could usually resolve them. In addition, the sword of burial of heaven's grade had not increased, so it was not very powerful. Even after fusing with the sword of burial of heaven, it did not improve by much. But it was different now. The sword of burial of heaven went from a supreme monarch divine artifact to a medial monarch divine artifact. A divine artifact of this grade was rare in the divine world. It was enough to deal with most dangerous situations. Ji Tianxing's fusion with the sword of burial of heaven was like adding wings to a tiger. The facts proved that this was indeed the case. Even the sealing divine array personally set up by Godly King's stellar aspect had been destroyed by the sword of burial of heaven. Ji Tianxing was even more confident in defeating Godly King's stellar aspect. Even though he had already fled the abyss entrance and was nearly 5,000 kilometers south, he did not slow down. However, he did not slow down, nor did he remove the fusion with the Heaven Burier sword. 5,000 kilometers was still too short. Godly King's stellar aspect would soon catch up. Once he was held back by Godly King's stellar aspect, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord, Jing Feihong, and the other divine lords would immediately follow. Ji Tianxing had long planned to stay at least 50,000 kilometers away from the abyss entrance. He would wait for Godly King's stellar aspect and the Golden Dragon Domain Lord to open up some distance before stopping to fight. In short, it was to try not to be surrounded. It was best to split up and defeat them one by one. 500 kilometers behind the sword of burial of heaven. Godly King's stellar aspect was standing on 8 divine spears as he sped forward like a stream of light. No matter how fast the burial of heaven's sword was, he used all his strength and clenched his teeth to keep up with it. He didn't let the distance between them widen. His expression was as gloomy as ice. He stared coldly at the sword of burial of heaven and muttered to himself, "Despicable little bastard. Today, not only are there 2 domain lords, there are also a few thousand monarchs staring at this king. Everyone is full of reverence and fanaticism towards this king. If I let you escape from under my nose, wouldn't I be criticized and laughed at in secret for many years? At that time, not only will I be too ashamed to face anyone, even His Highness the God Emperor will lose face. Don't even think about escaping from the palm of my hand. Even if I have to chase you to the end of the continent, to the shore of the heavenly sea, I will still kill you." Just as he said that, God King's stellar aspect discovered that the burial of heaven had sped up again. Therefore, he could only explode with even more divine power and increase his speed by a little bit while gnashing his teeth. Even though accelerating like this would consume his divine power rapidly, and he would be completely drained in 2 or 3 days at most. However, he could not relax. He could only speed up again and again. This was because he believed that Ji Tianxing would not be much better off if his divine power was being rapidly drained. In terms of strength, Ji Tianxing would definitely not be his match. About 400 kilometers behind God King's stellar aspect, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong were flying side by side, following closely behind. The two were filled with vexation and resentment, and their expressions were somewhat bitter. After all, the two of them had been severely injured by Ji Tianxing, missing an arm or a leg. Not only had their strength decreased by 30 to 40%, but their bodies were also suffering immense pain. Furthermore, they did not have the time to recuperate. They could only rely on their divine power to suppress their injuries. Yet, Ji Tianxing had escaped, and God King's stellar aspect was chasing after him with all his might. They could not possibly stay where they were and wait for God King's stellar aspect's report of victory. They could only endure the pain and unleash their divine power at all costs to barely keep up with God King's stellar aspect's footsteps. Even so, with the passage of time, they were left further and further behind. However, no matter how far they were left behind, they had to follow as usual. This was a matter of attitude, and also a show for God King's stellar aspect. Otherwise, God King's stellar aspect would help them take revenge and pursue Ji Tianxing with all his might while they waited for the outcome. They would definitely offend God King's stellar aspect, and their future days would definitely be difficult. At this moment, the two of them could only pray in their hearts, hoping that God King's stellar aspect would catch up to Ji Tianxing as soon as possible. As long as God King's stellar aspect held back Ji Tianxing, they would be able to arrive in time. The 20 or so upper deity lords who had survived were the pillars of the Cloud region and the Golden Dragon region. They had come on the orders of the two domain lords to surround and ambush Ji Tianxing. In the present situation, with God King's stellar aspect and the two domain lords pursuing Ji Tianxing, they could only follow. Even if they were left far behind, more than 1,000 kilometers away from the two domain lords, they could not stop. After all, anyone who did not follow would be defying the two domain lords' orders. However, they were only divine lords. Even if they tried their best, it was impossible for them to keep up with the God Kings. They were destined to be left behind. In the first 15 minutes, they were still able to maintain a distance of 20,000 kilometers from the two domain lords. They could use their divine senses to detect them. 30 minutes later, they had been left behind 40,000 kilometers, and the two domain lords were nowhere to be seen. Even using their divine senses to investigate was useless. They had lost track of their pursuers on the spot. However, they could only grit their teeth and continue heading south. Besides, behind the 20-odd divine lords, about 20,000 kilometers away, there were 20-odd divine warships following. Each divine warship represented a faction, and there were dozens of divine lords on board. Previously, when the three God Kings attacked Ji Tianxing, they had hidden 30,000 kilometers away to watch the battle. Through watching the battle, they understood the identities of God King's stellar aspect, the two domain lords, and Ji Tianxing. Later, when they saw Ji Tianxing and company flee, God King's stellar aspect began his pursuit. The 40-odd factions also fell into hesitation. Many busybodies followed on their divine warships. Firstly, they wanted to watch the excitement. They did not want to miss the once-in-a-lifetime battle between God Kings. Secondly, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to perform in front of the domain lords and divine envoys. If they were lucky enough to catch the eye of the domain lords and divine envoys, they would be promoted and rewarded. Even if they were not appreciated, they would be extremely lucky to be able to watch a battle between God Kings with their own eyes. Therefore, more than 20 factions drove their divine warships to the south at their fastest speed. However, there were also 20-odd factions that acted more conservatively and calmly. They knew that they could not catch up to the God Kings, nor were they qualified to participate in a battle between God Kings. Therefore, they decided not to join in the fun. As for the final outcome of the battle, they did not need to watch the battle. They would know sooner or later. This was because this matter would definitely cause a stir in the Golden Dragon region and spread to the surrounding regions. It would be known by all the gods in the world. Furthermore, to the divine lords of these factions, there was no suspense to the outcome of the battle. No matter how strong the three God Kings were or how brilliant their methods were, it was useless. In the boundless heaven continent, no one could defeat the divine envoy of God Emperor, much less challenge the rules and authority of His Majesty. Chapter 3406. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west. It had been 2 hours since Ji Tianxing escaped from the abyss entrance. During this time, he had fused with the Sword of Burial of Heaven and continuously flew 500,000 kilometers. If he did not count the continuous teleportation, this was already his fastest speed. This was despite the fact that flying at such a high intensity would greatly drain his divine power. However, his flight this time was mainly powered by the Sword of Burial of Heaven, with him assisting from the side. With his current strength, coupled with the Sword of Burial of Heaven, he could last 10 days and nights without rest before his divine power ran dry. It was just 2 hours, so it did not affect his combat strength much. At that moment, he was flying over a vast mountain range. He was surrounded by endless mountain peaks and valleys. This place is a mountain range with a radius of 200,000 kilometers. It's desolate and uninhabited, perfect for a battle. I've already flown nearly 500,000 kilometers. With the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong's speed, they should be tens of thousands of kilometers behind. As for those divine lords, they should be at least 200,000 kilometers behind. They won't be able to catch up in another 2 hours. Then let's settle it here. With this thought flashing through his mind, Ji Tianxing stopped the Burial of Heaven and removed the fusion with the Burial of Heaven. Swish! He appeared in the sky, holding the Sword of Burial of Heaven that had returned to its original state. He turned around and looked behind him. He saw God King Stellar Aspect riding 8 divine spears in the sky 500 kilometers to the north as he sped over like a stream of light. After flying for an hour, God King Stellar Aspect did not feel tired at all. At the same time, he continued to follow Ji Tianxing closely without being shaken off. During the pursuit, he had been left more than 500 kilometers behind several times. However, he would always use teleportation in time to instantly close the distance. He had already made plans to pursue Ji Tianxing for a long period of time. He was also prepared to compete in endurance with Ji Tianxing. He had long predicted that in about 3 days, Ji Tianxing's strength would weaken, allowing him to catch up. However, he never expected that Ji Tianxing would stop above the mountain range. Upon seeing this, God King Stellar Aspect was overjoyed, but he also became even more vigilant and wary. Damned little bastard, why did you suddenly stop? Could it be that he had run out of energy and knew that he couldn't escape? Looking at his calm and composed appearance, it didn't seem like he was lacking in strength. Could it be that he had reinforcements and had set up an ambush here in advance to lure me here? That's possible. I have to be careful. With this in mind, Godly King Stellar Aspect slowed down and stopped 50 kilometers away from Ji Tianxing. He stared coldly at Ji Tianxing as he released his divine sense, performed his divine sense, and used his divine sense to check if there were any traps or ambushes around. Seeing him so cautious, Ji Tianxing could not help sneering and mocking, "Ha! Even the Oracle of Haoyan is scared out of his wits and becomes so cautious? Didn't you say that the boundless heaven continent was the territory of the Azura God Emperor, and that it was all within your jurisdiction? Are you afraid that I have reinforcements and will ambush you here?" Having his thoughts exposed, Godly King Stellar Aspect's face turned red and he was furious. He glared at Ji Tianxing and retaliated, not to be outdone. "Kid, you're not from the Golden Dragon region and have no foundation here. What are you going to use to ambush me? Besides, is this king someone that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can ambush me? I think this mountain range is not bad. It's desolate and uninhabited. It's suitable for you to be buried here." Ji Tianxing laughed even more mockingly as he waved his hand. "It was clearly me who chose this place to be your burial ground. It looks like you're quite satisfied." Shameless boasting. Godly King Stellar Aspect snorted and sneered disdainfully. "In my opinion, it's clearly your lack of strength. You know that you can't escape from me, so you might as well stop and accept your death. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate." Ji Tianxing did not take the initiative to attack, so Godly King Stellar Aspect was in no hurry to attack. He was delaying because he knew that the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong were definitely following behind and would catch up in a while. Ji Tianxing naturally thought of the problem that godly King Stellar Aspect could think of as well. He raised his eyebrows and sneered with a playful tone. It looks like you're still a coward. You were shouting to kill me in an aggressive manner, but now, you're deliberately delaying for time and waiting for reinforcements to arrive. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Since you're in hot pursuit, die. With that said, Ji Tianxing formed a sword seal with his left hand and held the burial of heaven with his right hand. He pointed at the firmament and shouted coldly, "Sword rain." As his voice sounded, 28,000 silver specks of starlight lit up in the originally calm firmament. Every speck of starlight was a 20,000-foot-long astral sword that contained vast and mighty astral divine power. Bush, 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 bush. More than 20,000 astral swords rained down from the firmament like meteors, enveloping a radius of 2,500 kilometers. Before the sword flashes arrived, a formless divine might that suppressed the world had already enveloped the area. Godly King Stellar Aspect endured immense pressure, but his expression did not change. His body was as straight as a spear, and his eyes remained sharp. "Punk, how can this king let you live any longer if you're in such a hurry to die?" As he spoke, Godly King Stellar Aspect formed a divine seal with both hands. He conjured the 8 ancient bronze divine spears and stabbed them at Ji Tianxing. As for the sword rain that rained down from the sky, he temporarily ignored it. This was because he wanted to interrupt Ji Tianxing's casting before the sword rain descended and the sword array formed. If he could take the opportunity to heavily injure Ji Tianxing, that would naturally be for the best. However, Godly King Stellar Aspect had underestimated Ji Tianxing and made the wrong judgment. Ordinary godly monarchs had to continue casting their spells without any distractions when using a divine power like the heaven-vanquishing sword array. Against the 8 divine spears, they could only choose to cancel their casting and defend with all their might. However, Ji Tianxing was different. After summoning more than 20,000 divine swords from outer space, he could ignore them. The 28,000 astral swords would continue descending and automatically form the heaven-vanquishing sword array. The 8 divine spears stabbed at Ji Tianxing from different directions, aiming straight for his vitals. Ji Tianxing let out a low roar and used his ultimate divine ability, Absolute Shadows of the 10 Directions. Immediately, his body lit up with resplendent white light as his figure turned blurry. The next instant, white light flashed as his true body vanished. And in the sky, there were actually 3 Ji Tianxings. All of them had white robes, black hair, black eyes, and black swords. Be it appearance, eyes, or bearing, there was no difference. Without a doubt, this was Absolute Shadow Avatar. The last time Ji Tianxing used Absolute Shadow Avatar, he was only at the first firmament godly monarch realm. He could only conjure one avatar. But now, he had broken through to the second firmament godly monarch realm, so the number of avatars he had increased to 2. Together with his true body, there were naturally 3 of him. Godly King Stellar Aspect was immediately stunned as he glared angrily. He could not help but exclaim, "Phantom? Or Avatar?" He was a middle-level godly monarch and also a supreme heaven divine envoy. He was naturally knowledgeable. Although he did not cultivate in avatar arts, he had seen them before. He had also exchanged blows with godly monarchs who had grasped avatar arts. Chapter 3407. With Godly King Stellar Aspect's experience, there were 2 possibilities for the situation before him. Either Ji Tianxing had used an illusion art to hide his true body, leaving behind 3 illusions to confuse him, or he had used an avatar art to create 2 avatars to assist him in battle. But be it the illusion art or the avatar art, they left Godly King Stellar Aspect stunned for a moment. He was momentarily unable to find a target. The 8 divine spears also paused for a moment, unsure of which target to attack. Thankfully, Godly King Stellar Aspect was experienced and had the 3-eyed blood pupil. The blood pupil on his forehead suddenly opened as it emitted a dark red divine light. He instantly made a judgment. It was an avatar art, not an illusion. However, the 3 Ji Tianxing were identical. Which one was the true body and which two were the avatars? Time was of the essence. Godly King Stellar Aspect did not have the time to use his blood pupil mystic art to carefully distinguish between the avatars and the true body. He controlled the 8 ancient bronze divine spears to attack the 3 Ji Tianxing. The 2 figures on the left and right were locked onto by 2 divine spears. The figure in the middle withstood the attacks of 3 divine spears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp sonic booms sounded as the 8 ancient bronze divine spears emitted divine light once again as they sped up. However, the 3 Ji Tianxing remained calm and composed. They brandished the burial of heaven at the same time, slashing out sword flashes that filled the sky. Bam, bam, bam. The resplendent sword flashes that blotted out the sky happened to block the 8 ancient bronze divine spears. The intense collision produced a dull boom. The sword flashes shattered as divine light fragments filled the sky. The ancient bronze spears were also sent flying back in front of Godly King Stellar Aspect. Even though Godly King Stellar Aspect's attack had been neutralized and failed to achieve any results, it was not as if he had gained nothing. At the very least, the reactions of the 3 Ji Tianxing allowed him to distinguish between the true body and the true body. The 2 Ji Tianxing on the left and right were sent flying back 10,000 feet. Their breathing was somewhat hurried, and their divine powers were clearly lacking. As for the figure in the middle, he was only sent flying back about 2,000 feet. His expression remained indifferent, and his aura remained sharp. Godly King Stellar Aspect immediately understood that the figure in the middle was Ji Tianxing's true body. The figures on the left and right were 2 clones. Furthermore, the strength of the doppelganger was far inferior to the strength of the main body. It was only about half of the original strength. Do you think you can fool me with a mere body separation technique? Godly King Stellar Aspect snorted coldly in disdain. He was just about to control the ancient bronze divine spear to attack Ji Tianxing's true body with all his might. However, at this moment, the 28,000 star swords suddenly descended, covering a radius of 5,000 miles. Swoosh, swish, swish, swish. Dazzling sword light flashed as tens of thousands of starry swords flew back and forth, forming a huge sword formation between heaven and earth. In just one breath's time, a sword formation with a radius of 5,000 miles appeared. It was like a heavenly curtain covering the mountains and the earth, sealing off this area. The other 18,000 gigantic swords rapidly danced in the sword array, forming dozens of blade tornadoes and more than 20 sword nets. They began their assault on Godly King Stellar Aspect. Swoosh, swish, swish, swish. As danger approached, numerous blade tornadoes and sword nets surged at Godly King Stellar Aspect from every direction, immediately drowning his figure. Godly King Stellar Aspect could not be bothered with attacking Ji Tianxing. All he could do was cast his spells to fend off the tornadoes and sword nets. Heaven slaying 8 extremities. Oblique blade across the sky. Godly King Stellar Aspect wielded an ancient bronze divine spear in each hand as he used his ultimate divine power. He brandished spear flashes that blotted out the sky, destroying the tornadoes and sword nets one by one. At the same time, he was multitasking. He used his mind to control the other 6 ancient bronze divine spears to form a gigantic defensive net to protect himself. Even if he was engulfed by the blade tornadoes and attacked by thousands of gigantic swords, he could still use the ancient bronze divine spears to protect himself. While using all his strength to fend off the sword nets and tornadoes, he could also brandish his divine spears to launch a counterattack. However, he was already trapped by the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. He could not escape, nor did he have the extra strength to attack Ji Tianxing. As Ji Tianxing controlled the heaven-vanquishing sword formation to unleash an even stronger might to attack Godly King Stellar Aspect, he also brandished the burial of heaven to launch a ferocious assault. The situation on the battlefield changed. Ji Tianxing actually gained the upper hand and suppressed Godly King Stellar Aspect. Right on the heels of that, Ji Tianxing opened the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda. Swish, swish, swish. 3 divine beams of light flashed as Chao Qingyu, Yank, and Lan appeared. The three of them gave it their all as they cast all sorts of divine powers and ultimate skills to besiege godly King Stellar Aspect. If not for Ji Tianxing, none of them would be godly King Stellar Aspect's match. In a one-on-one battle, they would be slain in less than 100 moves. But things were different now. With Ji Tianxing at the front, he suppressed godly King Stellar Aspect with all his strength, preventing him from retaliating. The three of them had no qualms as they unleashed their attacks to their heart's content, besieging godly King Stellar Aspect with all their might. Godly King Stellar Aspect's situation was even more precarious. Before long, he was struck by the sword net. Several wounds appeared on his body as blood splattered out. He was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was defend with all his might. But even so, he was still lacking in strength. There were gaps in his defenses as the wounds on his body continued to increase. Yet, Ji Tianxing, Yang, Chao Qingyu, and company were sneering mockingly as they constantly mocked him. As the mighty divine envoy of vast heaven, when had he ever been so aggrieved? He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode as he constantly roared and cursed. But the more he acted this way, the more pleased Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, and company became. They engaged in a war of words with him, infuriating him. Another 30 minutes passed as godly King Stellar Aspect's injuries worsened. He had suffered at least 30 sword wounds all over his body. The wounds were hideous and terrifying, deep enough to reveal his bones. Blood constantly flowed out, dyeing his armor red. Godly King Stellar Aspect was completely helpless. He knew that if this continued, his injuries would only worsen. Even if he did not die, he would suffer the pain of being dismembered. Therefore, he no longer counterattacked. He focused all his attention on controlling the 8 ancient bronze divine spears to form an impenetrable defensive barrier. Furthermore, he used his divine power to activate his king-level divine armor, enveloping his entire body like a metal giant. He defended with all his might, hoping to avoid being injured and preserve his strength as much as possible. He had to wait, patiently wait for the Golden Dragon Domain Lord, Jing Feihong, and the numerous Divine Lord experts. Once everyone arrived, they would attack from outside the heaven-vanquishing sword array. When that happened, he would launch a pincer attack with the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and company. Only then would they have a chance of cracking the heaven-vanquishing sword array and regaining the initiative. However, the moment godly King Stellar Aspect made the change, Ji Tianxing saw through his intentions and guessed his thoughts. Ji Tianxing also adjusted his strategy in time, no longer diverting his attention to controlling the heaven-vanquishing sword array. He gripped the barrier of heaven tightly with both hands and used his divine power, releasing his strongest attack. Celestial Dragon Tyrant Body. Ji Tianxing roared angrily as his body emitted a dazzling golden light. He immediately transformed into a giant golden armored god 10,000 feet tall. Space-time blade. He roared again as he gripped the barrier of heaven with both hands and slashed at godly King Stellar Aspect, slashing out a blazing white greatsword that was 10,000 feet long. Chapter 3408. The 100,000-foot-long space-time blade contained vast and mighty time and space divine powers. When this massive sword was used by the Sword of Burial of Heaven, its might was even more terrifying. Even though godly King Stellar Aspect was enveloped in armor and protected by the barrier of light formed by the 8 divine spears, he still felt immense danger. But now that things had developed to this point, he guessed that Ji Tianxing's all-out attack was to force him to counterattack and take the opportunity to injure him. Therefore, he could only deal with the situation by maintaining the status quo and raising his defensive strength to the limit. The next instant, the space-time blade descended and cleaved at the defensive barrier formed by the 8 divine spears. Boom! With a crisp, shattering sound, the 1,000-foot-wide barrier was cleaved in half on the spot, shattering into fragments that filled the sky. The 8 divine spears also swayed from the impact, with a few of them being sent flying. However, the space-time blade's strength did not weaken much. Its might was still terrifying. A tenth of an instant later, The space-time blade tore through the divine light fragments and struck godly King Stellar Aspect. Bam! Another deafening boom reverberated through the sky. Godly King Stellar Aspect was sent flying as he tumbled 500 kilometers away. The bronze armor he wore was originally a medial-grade king-level divine artifact with extremely powerful defensive strength. However, after being struck by the space-time blade, a fissure split open, revealing a deep indentation. The indentation happened to be on godly King Stellar Aspect's right shoulder. Large amounts of dark red blood seeped out from the fissure in the armor. Without a doubt, godly King Stellar Aspect's right shoulder was severely injured. His scapula fractured on the spot, his meridians and bone marrow shattered. The excruciating pain caused his face to turn pale. He could not help but grunt as he felt infuriated. Only after flying 500 kilometers away did he manage to dissipate the terrifying impact and stabilize his body. He lowered his head to look at his right shoulder and discovered that it had clearly collapsed. His entire right arm swayed weakly. For the time being, this arm was crippled. He could no longer wield a divine spear to attack. Godly King Stellar Aspect's expression was as cold as ice. His eyes flickered with a cold, venomous light. He silently circulated his energy to suppress his injuries and glared angrily at Ji Tianxing in the distance. He shouted angrily, "Little bastard, are you determined to kill me and swear to go against His Highness the God Emperor? It's not too late for you to stop now. Don't make any more mistakes and be consigned to eternal damnation." Godly King Stellar Aspect knew that his identity as Divine Envoy Ji Tianxing and his strength at the 6th Firmament Divine Monarch realm was no longer enough to suppress him. If he wanted to stall for time and deter Ji Tianxing, he could only use the name of the Azura God Emperor. However, Ji Tianxing and the others turned a deaf ear to his words and continued to attack fiercely. Stellar Aspect was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was shrink his defenses like a turtle and defend with all his might. It was a pity that his right arm was crippled, and his divine power had weakened significantly. Naturally, his defense had dropped. It was no doubt a fool's dream if he wanted to defend against Ji Tianxing and company's encirclement. The heaven-vanquishing sword array continued to circulate as dozens of blade tornadoes and sword nets bombarded him constantly. Ji Tianxing also constantly used his secret techniques as he attacked Stellar Aspect again and again. God-vanquishing sword, burial of heaven, heaven-piercing sword, sword cleaving the 9 heavens, sword of apocalypse. Every sword Dao divine power released an extremely terrifying might. After it struck godly King Stellar Aspect, it produced loud cracking sounds. The 8 divine spears danced rapidly as they constantly formed defensive shields, but they were shattered by Ji Tianxing time and time again. After 9 consecutive attacks, 2 divine spears were shattered on the spot. Naturally, every time the defensive shield was breached, godly King Stellar Aspect's injuries would worsen. The bronze armor he wore was no longer in perfect condition. Cracks and gaps began to appear on it. Blood constantly spewed out from every crack and gap. Stellar Aspect was in an increasingly wretched state as his strength constantly weakened. However, he was unable to break out of the encirclement. All he could do was pray silently, hoping that the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong would arrive as soon as possible. Perhaps the heavens had heard his prayers, or perhaps the 2 domain lords did not dare to tarry and used all their strength to rush over. After another quarter of an hour, 2 beams of divine light appeared in the northern sky. Swoosh, swoosh. The 2 divine lights were as fast as meteors as they quickly approached. When they were 100 kilometers away from the heaven-vanquishing sword array, the 2 divine lights stopped. When the divine lights faded, 2 figures with disheveled hair and bloodstains appeared. Without a doubt, they were the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong. The 2 of them had no time to recuperate. They were panting anxiously as they chased after them. Their wounds were still bleeding. Upon seeing the gigantic heaven-vanquishing sword array in front of them, which was emitting a dazzling divine light that illuminated the sky, the 2 revealed grave expressions. "It should be here." They must have been fighting for a long time before we managed to catch up. That's right. This sword array is so vast and majestic, and it's also a king-grade divine array. It's most likely Lord Divine Envoy's ultimate skill, right? The two of them stared at the heaven-vanquishing sword array and did not dare to act rashly. They observed carefully first. The Golden Dragon Domain Lord frowned and shook his head gently. Probably not. If it's Lord Divine Envoy's sword array, it will definitely suppress Xianxia and his companions. Lord Divine Envoy should be outside the array. Do you mean? Jing Feihong frowned and revealed a worried expression. This is that bastard Xianxia sword array? He used this sword array to suppress Lord Divine Envoy and is attacking Lord Divine Envoy with his companions? The Golden Dragon Domain Lord nodded and said in a low voice, "That's possible. Don't panic, we should calm down. We will know the result after shouting a few times." Therefore, he and Jing Feihong bowed to the heaven-vanquishing sword array and shouted hurriedly and respectfully, "Lord Divine Envoy, we came late to rescue you. Please forgive us." No matter what, the two of them had to be respectful in front of Lord Divine Envoy. They could not be lacking in etiquette. However, their shouts echoed in the sky for a long time without receiving a response. Did our voices not reach the sword array? Or perhaps Lord Divine Envoy is fighting with all his might and did not hear our voices? Let's try again. We have to use the Divine Roar technique this time. The two of them exchanged looks and exchanged a few words before using the Divine Roar technique to shout again. There was still no response this time. The two of them turned even more anxious and tried 3 more times. Just as their hearts sank and they mistakenly believed that Godly King Stellar Aspect had encountered a mishap, Godly King Stellar Aspect's voice came from the sword array. "It's good that the both of you can follow. You did not disappoint this king. Don't just stand there. Quickly attack the sword array and coordinate with this king. Destroy it in one fell swoop." Godly King Stellar Aspect's voice was low and hoarse. It was muffled by the whistling of the sword flashes, making it somewhat unclear. However, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong still understood what Godly King Stellar Aspect meant. The two of them immediately felt energized and clearly heaved a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, Lord Divine Envoy is fine. It looks like we guessed right. This sword array was indeed cast by that bastard Xianxia. Lord Divine Envoy has been trapped. Don't just stand there. Let's quickly cast our spells to attack this sword array. Chapter 3409. As long as Stellar Aspect was still alive and fighting, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong still had hope of revenge. The two of them were surprised that Godly King Stellar Aspect had been trapped by Ji Tianxing's sword array. From the present situation, Stellar Aspect did not seem to be as strong as they had imagined. His situation did not look optimistic either. However, the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong continued attacking the heaven-vanquishing sword array with all their might in a futile attempt to save Stellar Aspect. Crimson Flame Dragon Slaying Slash. Ardent Wind Soaring Sky Strike. 9 Lightning Dharma Breaker. Frost Blood Roar Sky Cleave. The two ignored their injuries as they unleashed their greatest strength, taking turns to use all sorts of divine powers. Saber flashes and sword shadows blotted out the sky as dazzling divine power brilliance attacked the heaven-vanquishing sword array. Bam! 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 Rumble! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the heaven-destroying sword formation was shaken by the explosion, and the Abhijna light was shattered. The Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong's attacks failed to break through the heaven-vanquishing sword array's barrier of light. However, the heaven-vanquishing sword array's operations were affected to a certain extent. Not only did the sword array's operations slow down, but its might was also scattered. Before this, the heaven-vanquishing sword array only needed to suppress Stellar Aspect and kill him with all its might. But now, it was different. The sword array needed to divert a portion of its strength to strengthen the sword array's barrier of light. Originally, more than 10,000 stellar swords formed the barrier of light and 18,000 swords attacked Stellar Aspect. Now, half of the swords formed the barrier of light while the other half continued to attack stellar aspect. The Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong were injured and did not have much combat strength. However, they were still mid-level godly monarchs. Their strength was not to be underestimated. If they were allowed to attack the sword array, it was only a matter of time before the two of them broke through the heaven-vanquishing sword array. Stellar Aspect, who was trapped in the sword array, immediately felt the pressure lessen significantly. He thought to himself, although those two fools are weak, they are still loyal. They do not dare to be negligent. As long as they continue attacking the sword array, this king will be safe. Once those divine lords arrive and join forces with those two fools to attack the sword array, this king will have a chance of escaping. Now that things had developed to this point, godly King Stellar Aspect felt somewhat regretful. If he had known that Ji Tianxing would be so difficult to deal with, he wouldn't have agreed to the Golden Dragon Realm ruler and Jing Feihong's request so easily. Moreover, he would not underestimate his enemy and allow Ji Tianxing to escape from the entrance of the abyss. Most importantly, when Ji Tianxing used the heaven-destroying sword formation, he would definitely not underestimate it. He would definitely retreat immediately. However, it was too late to say anything now. All he could do was stubbornly hold on and wait for an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Time passed quietly, and a quarter of an hour passed quickly. The heaven-vanquishing sword formation maintained its balance. Half of its power was used to maintain the seal and defense, while the other half was used to kill Divine King Stellar Elephant. Even though God King Stellar Aspect's injuries were constantly worsening and the bronze armor he wore was becoming more and more tattered. However, he had been defending with all his might, trying his best to avoid being hit at his vital points and preserve his strength as much as possible. On the other hand, the Golden Dragon Region Master and Jing Feihong didn't suffer any attacks or threats. They were only attacking the heaven-destroying sword formation with all their might, and they were already panting from exhaustion. Their godly powers were being consumed rapidly. Their faces were getting paler and paler, and their powers were getting weaker and weaker. However, they could only grit their teeth and persevere, not daring to rest. After all, Divine King Stellar Aspect was watching from inside the sword formation. They didn't dare slack off. Otherwise, even if they won the battle and killed Ji Tianxing for revenge, they would offend Divine King Stellar Aspect. The two could only pray silently, hoping that the Divine Lords would arrive as soon as possible and lend them a hand. However, at that moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Ji Tianxing saw that so much time had passed, but there was still no progress. He couldn't kill Divine King Stellar Aspect in a short period of time. Therefore, he made a timely adjustment and changed his battle plan. Yank, Qingyu, and Lan, leave Divine Envoy Vast Sky to me. The three of you don't need to help me. Go outside the sword formation and finish off the Golden Dragon Region Master and Jing Feihong. Do your best to kill them. Originally, Yank, Chao Qingyu, and Lan had been attacking Divine King Stellar Aspect, but to no avail. Divine King Stellar Aspect was defending with all his might, so it was very difficult for their attacks to pose a fatal threat. After fighting for a long time, their divine powers were severely depleted. It was inevitable that their confidence would suffer a setback. Upon hearing Ji Tianxing's order, the three of them were energized. They revealed looks of joy and anticipation as they agreed without hesitation. All right. Yes, Your Majesty. Young Master, don't worry. Leave those two bastards to us. The three of them thought, we might not be able to deal with Divine Envoy Vast Sky, but can't we deal with two heavily injured region masters? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Divine light flashed as the three of them rapidly left the heaven-vanquishing sword formation and flew outside. The Golden Dragon Region Master and Jing Feihong were doing their best to use their divine arts, desperately attacking the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. Unexpectedly, Yank, Chao Qingyu, and Lan appeared. The two of them jumped in fright as their attacks faltered. At that moment, Chao Qingyu and Yank brandished their divine swords as they charged at the two region masters with murderous intent. With a roar, they launched their attacks. Bastards, hand over your lives. I've tolerated you for a long time. The Chao Qingyu brandished his green jade divine sword, sending out jade-green sword radiance that filled the sky like falling stars. Yank held a huge sword that was as wide as a bench in each hand as he charged ferociously at the two region masters, sending out 8 devastating sword radiances. Lan was not to be outdone. She dashed forward with a roar as she danced in the air, releasing divine light that filled the sky like thousands of blooming orchids. Suddenly, the Golden Dragon Region Master and Jing Feihong were swallowed by the divine arts. The two of them could not be bothered to attack the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. They could only desperately retreat to avoid the attacks of Yank and the other two. Although they managed to avoid most of the divine arts, they could not avoid a small number of attacks. Bam, 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 boom, boom. Following a series of muffled booms, the Golden Dragon Region ruler and Jing Feihong were sent flying. Yank, Chao Qingyu, and Lan were in high spirits as they charged even more ferociously, forcing the Golden Dragon Region Master and Jing Feihong to flee pathetically. They were unable to put up a fight. Following that, everyone began fighting and killing around the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. The heaven-vanquishing sword formation's operations were no longer affected as it suppressed and strangled Godly King Stellar Aspect with all its might. Ji Tianxing also constantly used his ultimate divine powers, putting immense pressure on Godly King Stellar Aspect. The pressure on Godly King Stellar Aspect increased exponentially as the situation became even more perilous. Those two bastards are just too useless. This is bad. If I don't think of a way to break out, I'll be slowly eaten up and killed. Godly King Stellar Aspect finally realized that the Golden Dragon Region Master and Jing Feihong were useless. They were destined to be of no help to him. If he wanted to escape the heaven-vanquishing sword formation, he could only rely on himself. He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he would use a forbidden technique to forcefully break out. Chapter 3410. Burning Blood Soul Transformation. Godly King Stellar Aspect, who had made up his mind, bellowed with a resolute gaze and a sinister tone. He had finally used his ultimate taboo divine power, releasing his most terrifying strength. Following his angry roar, his blood, qi, and divine power began to surge violently like boiling water, churning violently within his body. His 100-foot-tall body began to swell and expand as dark red sanguine flames erupted from his body. Not only was the blood eye on his forehead spewing sanguine flames, even the 6 5-colored wings on his back turned dark red. Godly King Stellar Aspect's body constantly expanded. 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet. In a short span of 3 seconds, he had transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall giant, resembling a small metallic mountain. At the same time, his combat strength increased by 4 times, reaching his peak and most berserk state. This was because he had burned his divine blood and essence to use this taboo divine power. Even though this divine power's might was terrifying, allowing him to increase his combat strength by 4 times and maintain it for 30 minutes, allowing him to kill enemies of a higher level. However, he had to pay a huge price for burning his lifeblood. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, his lifeblood would wither after 30 minutes, causing him to suffer a backlash and severe injuries. He had lost at least 1,000 years of painstaking cultivation and lifeblood. It was a terrible loss. If he did not have any top divine pills or treatment methods, he would have to recuperate in seclusion for decades to recover. Of course, he would have to cultivate for another 1,000 years to recover the 1,000-year cultivation and lifeblood he had lost. Without a doubt, this was a terrible loss. However, Godly King Stellar Aspect had been forced to this point and was truly helpless. Godly King Stellar Aspect's body was covered in sanguine flames as he stood proudly in the middle of the heaven-vanquishing sword array like a grim reaper that had walked out of hell. He remained motionless despite the thousands of gigantic swords slashing at him. He formed a divine seal with both hands as he controlled the 6 undamaged bronze spears and the 2 broken divine spears. Under his control, the 8 divine spears gathered together and fused together, forming a 1,000-foot-long dark gold divine spear. 8 extremities firmament breaker. Godly King Stellar Aspect gripped the dark gold divine spear with both hands as he bellowed loudly and stabbed at the edge of the heaven-vanquishing sword array. Swish! His body seemed to have become one with the divine spear. He turned into a beam of light that was hundreds of feet long. Like a falling meteor, he shot towards the edge of the sword formation. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing immediately frowned, and his expression became serious. Damn it. Originally, I wanted to use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to slowly weaken his strength until I finally killed him. I didn't expect him to see through my intentions long ago. Before his strength was greatly weakened, he made up his mind to use the forbidden divine ability. With this thought flashing through his mind, Ji Tianxing could basically predict the outcome. However, even though he knew it was impossible, he still tried his best to stop them. Swoosh, swish, swish, swish. Under his mental control, more than 10,000 astral swords formed a sword net, a shield of light, and a rampart that intercepted Godly King Stellar Aspect. Unfortunately, most of the sword lights were not fast enough to stop him. A small number of sword flashes formed a sword net, a barrier, and a shield of light. They managed to stop Astral Aspect, but they were penetrated directly. Crack, crack, bam, 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 bam. As the sword nets, shields of light, and ramparts were breached, dull booms reverberated in the sky. Godly King Stellar Aspect finally managed to break through the various obstructions. He streaked across 1,000 kilometers of the sky and arrived at the edge of the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. 10,000 feet in front of him was a thick and solid sword flash rampart. However, he did not show any fear or hesitation. Instead, he became even more determined and frenzied. He unleashed an even faster speed and even greater strength as he charged forward. The next instant, Godly King Stellar Aspect gripped his 1,000-foot-long divine spear tightly as he stabbed the sword flash rampart. Boom! Crack! An earth-shaking, earth-shattering cracking sound erupted from within the sword formation, causing the ground within a radius of several thousand kilometers to tremble. A hole that spanned hundreds of feet appeared in the thick and solid sword flash rampart. The oval-shaped hole's surroundings were filled with dense cracks that spread out in every direction. Kacha, kacha, sounds of shattering could be heard. The hole instantly burst open and expanded by several times. Millions of fragments of divine light flew out. Godly King Stellar Aspect had finally escaped the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. After the several thousand-foot-long sanguine flame charged out of the sword formation, it plunged into the pitch-black night sky. Like a meteor streaking across the horizon, it quickly vanished. Even if Ji Tianxing chased out of the heaven-vanquishing sword formation, it was too late to stop it. He stood in the night sky and watched the meteor vanish into the horizon. He could not help but frown. He still managed to escape in the end. After all, he's a god king at the 6th firmament realm and a lackey of the Azura god emperor. His strength and means are outstanding. Unfortunately, I'm only at the 2nd firmament realm. If I reach the 4th firmament realm and recover my strength as a god king, I'll be able to kill him tonight. Ji Tianxing muttered silently. Although his tone was filled with regret, he was not angry. After all, this outcome was within his expectations. In addition, Godly King Stellar Aspect had paid a huge price to use a forbidden divine power to escape. Even if he managed to escape, he would have lost the battle. When his blood ignition divine transformation state ended, he would definitely suffer a backlash and be severely injured. And before he suffered a backlash, he could use the power of the forbidden divine power to escape to a place that Ji Tianxing would not be able to guess or catch up to. To Ji Tianxing, instead of wasting time chasing after Godly King Stellar Aspect, he might as well turn around and finish off the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong. Not being able to kill Divine Envoy Vast Sky will indeed leave behind endless trouble. But I can't return empty-handed. I should at least collect some interest. Ji Tianxing muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the damaged heaven-vanquishing sword formation and turned to look at the night sky behind him. He saw Chao Qingyu, Yang, and Lan Er still besieging the Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong. The two domain lords were covered in blood. Their hair was disheveled and they looked extremely wretched. Their divine power auras were extremely weak and chaotic. The two of them were at a disadvantage. They kept retreating and dodging as their injuries worsened. Just a moment ago, they were filled with joy and excitement when they saw Godly King's stellar aspect break out of the heaven-vanquishing sword formation. They thought that the time for revenge had arrived. Unexpectedly, Godly King's stellar aspect had no intention of counterattacking. He actually fled without looking back. The Golden Dragon Domain Lord and Jing Feihong were dumbfounded. Not only were they stunned and in disbelief, but their fighting spirit had also suffered a heavy blow. But why did Lord Divine Envoy flee? Even Lord Divine Envoy is not Tianxing's match? How is this possible? He's only a lowly human godly king. How can he be so powerful? No matter how puzzled and incredulous they were, the two domain lords had no choice but to accept reality. They had been abandoned by Godly King's stellar aspect. Their top priority was to consider how to escape. Chapter 34:11. Even though logic told the two domain lords that they should immediately flee since Godly King's stellar aspect had fled. But the reality was that both of them were severely injured and their strength had been greatly reduced. It was just too difficult to escape from Yang, Chao Qingyu, and Lan Er's encirclement. Chao Qingyu and company were also shocked when they saw Godly King's stellar aspect flee. They found it unbelievable. In their eyes, a middle-level Godly King like Godly King's stellar aspect, who was also a divine envoy of vast heaven, was already unreachable. It was already not easy for them to gain the upper hand by joining forces with Ji Tianxing to deal with Godly King's stellar aspect. In the end, while they were dealing with two domain lords, Ji Tianxing defeated Godly King's stellar aspect alone, forcing him to flee wretchedly. Reality proved that Ji Tianxing's strength was inferior to Godly King's stellar aspects, but his combat strength was stronger. This was simply too unbelievable. The three of them were old monsters who had lived for 20,000 years. They had rich experiences and knowledge. But they had never seen a Godly King defeat an opponent 4 realms above him. This was completely illogical. It completely went against the system of strength and cultivation realm. Amidst their shock and excitement, a thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Young Master is truly a god. Ever since they met and followed Ji Tianxing, their knowledge was constantly refreshed as they passively received shock and stimulation again and again. Now, Ji Tianxing had created such a miracle, making them feel honored. Chao Qingyu and Lan Er had long made up their minds to follow Ji Tianxing. Since they were unrelated, their wishes had already been fulfilled. As long as they were not separated in this lifetime, they would rather follow Ji Tianxing and roam the world. As for Yang, there was also a subtle change in his heart. In the past, he was very resistant and hated Ji Tianxing, using despicable means to control him. But after following Ji Tianxing for so long and experiencing so many things, his resistance and hatred gradually disappeared. Now, he no longer resisted and gradually accepted the fact of following Ji Tianxing. He even had some expectations in his heart. When would Ji Tianxing teach him 1 or 2 ultimate skills? With Ji Tianxing's strength and heaven-defying battle prowess, he could gain a lot just by giving him some pointers. Of course, Chao Qingyu, Yang, and Lan Er didn't stop casting spells while these thoughts flashed through their minds. They all knew that since Godly King's stellar aspect had fled, Ji Tianxing only had 2 choices. They would either pursue God King's stellar aspect or kill the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong. But no matter what choice Ji Tianxing made, what they had to do was to hold back the 2 domain lords. They definitely couldn't let them escape. With Yang, Chao Qingyu, and Lan Er's strength, it was indeed very difficult to defeat or kill 2 domain masters in a short period of time. However, The two area masters' hearts were in a mess. Their fighting spirit had completely disappeared, and they were only thinking about how to escape. The three of them didn't need to defeat them. They just needed to do their best to stall them. This way, the trio's mission became much easier. The Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong were anxious to escape, but they were held back by Chao Qingyu and company. They were unable to escape. When they saw Ji Tianxing dispel the heaven-vanquishing sword array and charge over aggressively, they immediately panicked and burned with anxiety. Scram! You three bastards, this king will definitely not spare you. In their desperation, the two area masters released their divine powers without caring about anything else. They used their most powerful ultimate skills, hoping to carve out a bloody path. However, Yank, Chao Qingyu, and Lan were already prepared and guessed that they would act in desperation. When the destructive divine powers came, the three of them used all their strength to cast defensive divine powers, joining forces to form a thick wall of divine light. Bam, bam, bam. Rumble! A deafening sound exploded, reverberating between heaven and earth. The wall of divine light within a radius of 10,000 feet was bombarded by the divine powers, trembling nonstop, and cracks began to appear. The violent impact also sent Yank, Chao Qingyu, and Lan flying. Yank was sent flying back 1,000 feet, Chao Qingyu was sent flying more than 3,000 feet, and Lan was sent flying more than 10,000 feet. The three of them had some turbulence in their divine powers and were temporarily unable to stabilize, so they were unable to immediately intercept the two area masters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two area masters did not hesitate to use the spatial laws to teleport thousands of miles away. Swoosh! Under the two area masters' divine powers, the night sky lit up with a dazzling white light, breaking open a spatial rift. At this critical moment, the two of them actually had a tacit understanding, each breaking open a spatial rift. It was obvious that the two area masters were planning to escape separately. No matter which one Ji Tianxing went after, the other had a chance of survival. This was a huge gamble, but it was also the wisest decision. Moreover, Ji Tianxing was still more than 200 miles away from them, and it seemed that he would not be able to stop them in time. The two area masters calmed down and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly stepping into the spatial rift. As long as they entered the spatial rift, they could pass through the alternate dimension and escape thousands of miles away, instantly widening the distance between them. However, at this critical moment, the thing that the two area masters did not want to see the most happened. Ji Tianxing was still 200 miles away, but he waved the burial of heaven and slashed out a dazzling divine giant sword that was 10,000 feet long. Rising Dragon Slash. The dark golden giant sword cut through the night sky like a golden thunderbolt, instantly arriving above the two area masters' heads. Immediately after, the night sky in front of them was split open by the giant sword, and a spatial rift about 1,000 miles wide appeared. It was not just a spatial rift. It was 100 miles wide, and in the middle was a pitch-black void. It was like an abyss, or more accurately, a spatial fault. Within 1,000 miles, the space had already been split into two by Ji Tianxing. It was impossible for the two area masters to teleport away. If they stepped into the spatial rift, even if they were badly battered, they would only appear in the spatial fault, in the pitch-black void. Once they were in the mysterious void, they would not know where they were or where to go. They would lose their way, or even be trapped in the endless darkness, unable to return to the divine world. The two area masters were dumbfounded as they stared at the spatial fault, muttering in a daze, "How can this be? Why is he so ruthless? We're finished. We can't teleport away, only death awaits us." Even Divine King's stellar aspect was not Ji Tianxing's match, so the two area masters seemed to have already predicted that they would die. At this moment of life and death, Jing Feihong was filled with despair and disappointment, but the Golden Dragon area master was very unwilling. He gritted his teeth and made a decision that terrified Jing Feihong. "We're going to die either way, let's do it." With a low roar, he braced himself and stepped into the spatial rift, insisting on teleporting away. In the next instant, he passed through several layers of alternate dimensions and appeared in the spatial fault as he wished. Swoosh! In the pitch-black void that was 50 miles wide, the Golden Dragon Area Master's figure floated up and down, and soon he would be swallowed by the darkness. Sogu. Chapter 34:12. Are you crazy? Jing Feihong's eyes widened in shock as he shouted at the Golden Dragon Domain Master in the pitch-black void. He couldn't believe that the Golden Dragon Domain Master would choose to commit suicide at a moment of life and death. That's right, this was suicide. Although godly kings had the power to break through the spatial barrier and leave the god realm to travel the universe, they were fully prepared. However, that was under the condition that he was sufficiently prepared and knew the direction and position. He definitely wouldn't travel through space randomly. The spatial fault in front of them was created by Ji Tianxing's divine ability, so the space was extremely chaotic. The void was boundless, and there was nothing to refer to. One would definitely get lost. Therefore, it was very difficult to escape after falling into an unfamiliar and chaotic void. Unfortunately, the Golden Dragon Domain Master's figure gradually drifted away, and he couldn't hear Jing Feihong's shout. Of course, Jing Feihong didn't have the chance to say anything. Ji Tianxing had already arrived. He silently raised the sword of burial of heaven and slashed down. Stop. I admit defeat. Jing Feihong knew that there was no way to escape, and that he was no match for Ji Tianxing, so he simply raised his hand and admitted defeat. However, Ji Tianxing turned a deaf ear to him and continued to slash down with the sword of burial of heaven. The huge divine sword that could split heaven and earth instantly engulfed Jing Feihong's figure. Jing Feihong was terrified. His eyes widened in despair, and he couldn't help but curse. However, before he could say a word, he was hit by the huge divine sword. His divine body was cut in half, and divine blood splattered everywhere. With just one slash, Jing Feihong's divine body was destroyed, and his divine spark was severely damaged. Swoosh! Jing Feihong's divine spark escaped from his body, flickering with divine light as it slanted and fled into the distance. Ji Tianxing chased after him with his sword and slashed a few more times. At this moment, Jing Feihong was in complete despair. He suddenly understood why the Golden Dragon Domain Master insisted on teleporting away, even though he knew that he would get lost in the void. That's right. If he fell into Ji Tianxing's hands, he would definitely die. If he entered the dark and boundless void, he might still have a chance of survival. Even if there was only a 1% or 1% chance, it was still better than being killed by Ji Tianxing on the spot. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Jing Feihong felt darkness descend upon him. Everything was over. Boom! The crisp sound of something shattering could be heard from afar. Jing Feihong's godhead was shattered on the spot, turning into a dozen or so fragments that scattered in the night sky. A middle divine king, the ruler of Yunyang region, had fallen just like that. His death was very ordinary, and there was nothing shocking, sensational, or exciting about it. When Jing Feihong was alive, he had fantasized many times about becoming a high deity king in the future. He even wanted to break through to the God-Emperor realm. But he never would have thought that he would actually die under the sword of a human divine king when he was just a middle divine king. Shwa! Ji Tianxing shot out a golden light that enveloped Jing Feihong's godhead fragment and spatial ring. To him, the most valuable and desirable item now was the godhead fragment of a divine king master. Next were emperor-level divine weapons, emperor-level divine pills, materials, and divine king-level treasures. After putting away Jing Feihong's godhead fragment and spatial ring, Ji Tianxing looked at the spatial fault again. He realized that the dark void that spanned hundreds of miles was quickly mending itself. It could not be helped. That was only a void zone that had appeared because he had used a skill to slice through space. The spatial barrier and the power of the God Realm's world would naturally mend the gaps and loopholes. The dark void was only 60 miles wide now. The Golden Dragon region's ruler's figure had been swallowed by the darkness and had long since disappeared. Ji Tianxing frowned and muttered to himself regretfully, "This fellow is quite decisive." Once he saw that the situation was not right, he would rather commit suicide by jumping into the chaotic void than fall into my hands. What a pity! If only I could get his godhead fragment. Under his gaze, the wall of golden light that spanned thousands of miles disappeared. The pitch-black spatial fault was quickly mending itself as well. The world regained its tranquility. The intense divine power aura in the night sky dissipated as well. Yang, Chao Qingyu, and Lan kept their divine weapons and flew to Ji Tianxing's side. They did not speak. Only Chao Qingyu and Yang looked at him with odd expressions, as if they had something to say. Ji Tianxing glanced at them and raised his eyebrows, asking, "Do the two of you have something to say to me?" Both of them nodded in unison. Yang was more impatient and straightforward. He took the initiative to ask, "My lord, region ruler Yun Yang has admitted defeat and surrendered just now. Didn't you hear him?" "I'm not deaf." "Of course, I heard him," Ji Tianxing answered calmly. "Then why did you kill him?" Yang was stunned, very confused. Ji Tianxing frowned and looked at him from the corner of his eyes, asking in return, "What? Are you pleading on his behalf? If I don't kill him, am I supposed to let him go?" Chao Qingyu quickly nudged Yang, reminding him not to spout nonsense. It was a pity that he was too short. Yang was 100 feet tall, so he could only stab Yang's calf. Chao Qingyu quickly explained to Ji Tianxing, "Young master, Yang meant that Jing Feihong was a mid-level divine king after all. His abilities and methods were not ordinary. Since he had admitted defeat and surrendered, why didn't you spare his life and take him for your own use? With another mid-level divine king as your guard and follower, our forces would be strengthened greatly." Before he could finish, Ji Tianxing interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "I guess that you would think so, but it's unrealistic. First of all, Jing Feihong is a region ruler. How could he be willing to be my follower and guard? Even if I were to use some method to control him, he would try to escape or contact someone else to save him." Yang couldn't help but mutter, "But I'm also a region ruler. Aren't I still following you?" Ji Tianxing rolled his eyes at him and sneered, "Your situation is rather special. First, you are far away from the primal chaos continent. Second, you are simple-minded. Unlike Jing Feihong, you are normal." Yang was speechless. He didn't know how to refute and even felt a little ashamed. Ji Tianxing continued, "Secondly, I want to strengthen my forces and have more companions and friends. But I won't take in just anyone. For people like Jing Feihong and the region ruler of the Golden Dragon region, it's impossible." Yang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He was secretly delighted and muttered, "If that's the case, I still have some redeeming qualities. Otherwise, how could my lord have taken a fancy to me?" Hearing his words, Ji Tianxing, Chao Qingyu, and Lan all looked at him with strange expressions. Ji Tianxing couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and said, "I only took you in because I pitied you. Also, this has something to do with the Rock tribe. You have to thank your father, huh?" Yang received another blow, but he wasn't depressed. Instead, he was excited. He asked expectantly, "My lord, you mean that divine king of the sword who fought with my father and uncle back then had a deep relationship with you?" Chapter 34:13. A long time ago, Yang had guessed that Ji Tianxing was the divine king of the sword Dao. But that was 1,000 years ago. At that time, the divine king of the sword Dao was already comparable to a 7th-stage divine king. And Ji Tianxing had just broken through to the divine king realm not long ago. This was something everyone knew. Therefore, Yang judged that Ji Tianxing was not the divine king of the sword Dao, but should have a close relationship with him. Unfortunately, Ji Tianxing never mentioned these things again. Yang also tried to inquire about Ji Tianxing's specific situation, but Ji Tianxing avoided answering. Now, Ji Tianxing finally brought up the past again. Yang was suddenly filled with excitement and anticipation. He could not help but get to the bottom of it, wanting to find out the truth. However, Ji Tianxing avoided answering and changed the topic. "There is another important reason why I did not take Jing Feihong in. This person's identity is special. Not only did he meet the divine ambassador of Haotian, when the Shura God Emperor first took control of the boundless heaven continent and proclaimed himself as the emperor, he also met the Shura God Emperor. It is said that the Shura God Emperor used some kind of magical means to leave a mark in the body of each region master. In this way, the Shura God Emperor could know the location and movements of each region master without leaving the house. It was also because of this that the Shura God Emperor could go into seclusion in peace and not show up for 1,000 years. Even the various affairs of the boundless heaven continent were handed over to his deputies and the divine ambassadors to handle. Hearing this, Chao Qingyu understood his meaning and nodded. Young master means, if you take Jing Feihong in, even if he does not do anything and does not try to escape, our whereabouts will be exposed. Once the divine ambassadors report this to the Shura God Emperor, the Shura God Emperor may find us through Jing Feihong? Exactly. Ji Tianxing nodded and said calmly, with our current strength, we can't do whatever we want in the boundless heaven continent, and we don't have the qualifications to contend with the Azura God Emperor. Therefore, I could only kill Jing Feihong. I see. Chao Qingyu nodded and said worriedly, but you killed Jing Feihong, forced the region master of Golden Dragon to commit suicide, and even injured Oracle Haotian. This matter is bound to blow up and alert more Haotian divine envoys to besiege us. Even the Shura God Emperor might find out about this and personally kill us. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said expressionlessly, what you said is possible, so we have to leave here as soon as possible, just in case. Furthermore, if there's nothing, let's not delay and leave the boundless heaven continent as soon as possible. Hearing these two sentences, the atmosphere immediately became tense. Chao Qingyu, Yang, and Lan Er's expressions were somewhat grave, frowning. No matter what, we have already offended 2 region masters, Oracle Haotian and the Shura God Emperor. One region master was killed, the other went missing, and even the Oracle escaped with serious injuries. This enmity has been formed and can't be resolved. Compared to hundreds of region masters, dozens of Haotian divine envoys, and the high and mighty Shura God Emperor, we are too insignificant. Other than leaving the boundless heaven continent as soon as possible, we have no other choice. At the thought of offending the Shura God Emperor and being hunted down by many divine kings, the 3 of them were depressed and full of worry. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing advised, don't worry too much, the situation shouldn't be that bad. For the past 1,000 years, the boundless heaven continent has been very peaceful and stable. Therefore, the Shura God Emperor was relieved to hand over power to others and sent oracles to patrol the world. Normally, the Shura God Emperor would definitely be in closed-door cultivation, researching peak divine Dao. He would be in closed-door cultivation for decades, centuries. How would those oracles dare to disturb him? Don't worry, in the short term, the Shura God Emperor won't show his face. Even if there are divine king powerhouses coming to take revenge, it will only be some region masters and oracles. Hearing him say so, Yang and Lan Er were slightly relieved. Chao Qingyu nodded in agreement and said, this matter isn't a small one, but it isn't a big one either. After Divine King's stellar aspect escapes, he will definitely find other oracles for help and absolutely won't easily report to the Shura God Emperor. Otherwise, disturbing the Shura God Emperor's cultivation over such a small matter will only anger the Shura God Emperor and also prove that Divine King's stellar aspect doesn't have the ability and means. Ji Tianxing nodded and said, it's good that you all understand. Let's continue on our way. Chao Qingyu took out the Azure Jade Divine Warship. Everyone boarded the Divine Warship one after another. Very soon, the Divine Warship flew into the night sky, flying south at lightning speed. 2 hours later, more than 20 injured Divine Lords arrived at the battlefield, panting. These people were the high-ranking Divine Lords that Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon Region Master had gathered. They were also the survivors of the 100 Divine Lords. They were relatively weak and had traveled too slowly. They had only just arrived. Originally, the group was flying across the night sky in a grandiose manner, preparing to continue their pursuit south. However, the few Divine Lords flying at the front of the group suddenly discovered the remnant aura of divine power in the air. Furthermore, The area within 5,000 kilometers was in ruins, leaving behind traces of a great battle. A great battle happened here. Could these be traces of the battle between the region master and those bastards? Don't be in such a hurry. Let's see what happened. Hence, the 20-odd divine lords stopped and observed the battlefield, searching for clues and traces. Soon, someone found fragments of armor in the ruins, as well as fragments of divine weapons. The divine lords all found something and hurriedly gathered together, piecing the fragments together. When everyone managed to find half a broken sword and a piece of broken armor, two divine monarchs suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Oh my God! Isn't this the armor that our region master wore and the divine sword that he used? It really is. Could it be that our region master has already? The two divine lords who exclaimed were both from the cloud region. Then, someone at the edge of the battlefield exclaimed again. Oh my God! How could this be? It's the region master. The region master has passed away. I can't believe that the region master has actually passed away. The exclamations of the divine lords were filled with shock and fear. More than a dozen divine lords were attracted and hurried over to check the situation. In the ruins at the edge of the battlefield, a few divine lords were gathered in a circle, staring at a corpse with different expressions. To be precise, it was only half a corpse, and the body was incomplete. Even so, they could tell that it was the region master, Jing Feihong, from the body's characteristics and clothing. The divine lords of the cloud region were shocked, all of them looking pained, sad, and frightened. The divine lords of the golden dragon region were also looking terrible, feeling uneasy. After everyone exclaimed and discussed for a while, the divine lords of the cloud region joined forces to search for Jing Feihong's remains and belongings. After doing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. What should we do? Should we continue to chase? Even the region master has been killed. What are we still chasing for? Are we going to die? With our abilities, we are not qualified to interfere in the battle between the divine lords. The Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 34:14. The 20 or so upper-level deity lords discussed for a while and unanimously decided not to pursue south. They could not catch up anyway. The deity kings had already flown far away. Besides, even Region Lord Yunyang had died tragically in the war and had fallen here. Even if these upper-level deity lords caught up with the deity kings, they could only be cannon fodder. If that was the case, they might as well return to their respective territories as soon as possible. After all, their divine power was depleted and they were heavily injured. They urgently needed to go into seclusion to recuperate. Furthermore, Region Lord Yunyang had already fallen. The deity lords of Yunyang region were leaderless. It was meaningless to continue the pursuit. They collected Jing Feihong's remains and belongings and organized them together, preparing to send them back to Yunyang region. After making up their minds, the deity lords of Yunyang region turned and left. Only the deity lords of Golden Dragon region were left. They lingered on the battlefield for a while. Their hearts were heavy as they muttered in their hearts, "Even Region Lord Yunyang has fallen. What about our Region Lord? Could he have fallen as well?" Although we didn't see any remains or belongings of the Region Lord on the battlefield, the Region Lord's strength was not inferior to his. However, the Territorial Lord's ability was not much stronger than Territorial Lord Yunyang's. He must be in a perilous situation, however, it's useless even if we worry. The deity lords discussed for a while and decided to follow the example of the deity lords of Yunyang region. They turned and left to recuperate. After the deity lords had left, the ruined battlefield regained its peace. The long night finally passed. 6 hours later, dawn came. At this moment, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the Golden Dragon region. It was said that a few foreign deity kings had invaded the Golden Dragon region and committed crimes and massacred. The region lord of Golden Dragon region was no match for them, so he invited God's messenger Haoyan and region lord Yunyang to join forces against the foreign deity kings. Unexpectedly, both sides fought for a long time and chased for millions of miles, but there was no result. On the other hand, Region Lord Yunyang had died in the battle and had fallen. As for the Region Lord of Golden Dragon Region and God's messenger Haotian, their whereabouts were unknown. Of course, no one knew if the foreign deity kings had been executed. Once the news was out, it caused a huge commotion in the Golden Dragon region and was widely spread by countless people. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Many people were stunned when they heard the news. They did not know what was going on with Oracle Haotian, nor did they believe that the two domain masters would personally deal with those foreign immortal kings. But this news was spread by several high divine lords. Those few high divine lords were all pillars of support in their respective empires, overlord-level existences of a region. What they said was absolutely true. Everyone had no choice but to believe it. After the messenger's explanation, many people knew that the oracle of God Emperor Haoyin was above the region master. He was the loyal guard of His Majesty God Emperor, patrolling the whole continent for His Majesty God Emperor. Only then did everyone realize how serious this matter was, and how powerful those foreign race god kings were. After all, even divine envoy Haoyin had failed to kill those foreign race divine kings. The high and mighty territorial ruler Yunyang had actually sacrificed himself in the war. This was simply too terrifying and unbelievable. That was a great battle between several god-king powerhouses. Such a major event had not happened in the entire Golden Dragon region for nearly 1,000 years. Those who heard the news were shocked and agitated, and at the same time, they shared and spread the news to others. As a result, the news spread rapidly in all directions as if it had grown wings, and was about to engulf the entire Golden Dragon region. In fact, it was far more than that. 20 days later, not only did the news spread throughout the Golden Dragon region, but it was also known by many empires and powerful forces. Even the neighboring Yunyang region was spreading the news like wildfire. In particular, the news of the region master's death was like a heavy bomb, blowing up the entire Yunyang region and stirring up a storm. The first reaction of countless empires, forces, and experts when they heard the news was disbelief. However, as more and more news came and described the whole matter more clearly, those people had no choice but to believe it. Most importantly, a dozen divine lords had brought back the region master's remains and belongings. They had joined forces to escort the remains and belongings to the region master's palace. When the news spread, the evidence was conclusive and irrefutable. Instantly, the entire Yunyang territory was in mourning, shrouded in a thick haze. Many empires, divine nations, and forces were solemn and sorrowful, mourning the fall of Territory Lord Yunyang. And friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. BSP, the experts were worried. Now that the region lord had fallen, Yunyang region was without a leader. What should they do next? There was no news from divine envoy Haotian, the domain master of Golden Dragon Domain, and the foreign divine kings. What if the deity kings of the foreign tribes returned to the Yunyang region and went on a killing spree? Of course, this was the reaction of most normal people. There were also a few top experts and emperors of top empires who had other thoughts. Not long ago, the domain lord's deputy had fallen. Now that the region lord had been killed, the entire Yunyang domain was without a ruler. Did this mean that they had a chance to seize the throne? After all, the region could not be without a ruler for even a day. They were doing this for the sake of the people of Yunyang domain. When they seized the position of the region lord and stabilized the situation, even if divine envoy Haotian and the Shura god emperor knew about it, it would not affect them much. After all, the emperor was far away and the Shura god emperor was high and mighty. It was impossible for him to come to Yunyang region personally and appoint someone as the region lord. The Shura god emperor would not care who became the region lord as long as the new region lord was loyal to him and maintained the peace and stability of Yunyang region. With such thoughts in mind, the emperors of several empires and a few top divine emperors began to plan and prepare in secret, gradually taking action. As a result, Yunyang territory, which was already in a state of chaos and uncertainty, became even more turbulent. It was also at this time. Sichuan region, which was adjacent to the Golden Dragon domain, was the territory of divine King Yiqing. Yiqing lived in the palace all year round, hanging high above the sea of clouds and overlooking the mountains and rivers of Sichuan region. It was evening. The light golden afterglow of the setting sun spilled on the sea of clouds, illuminating the palace with colorful radiance. The divine palace, which was originally very majestic and solemn, also appeared quiet and peaceful under the setting sun. However, this tranquility and peace was broken by an honorable guest. Of course, this guest only had a high status and status. His current state was not flattering at all. He was very disheveled. Although he was 100 feet tall and had a burly body, his appearance was domineering and majestic. However, his back was hunched and his body was as thin as firewood. His face and eyes were dim and his breathing was chaotic. The bronze armor he wore had long been shattered, and his body was covered with crisscrossing wounds, looking hideous and terrifying. Chapter 34:15. Without a doubt, this travel-worn, wretched-looking god was none other than God King's stellar aspect. Not long after he escaped the heaven-vanquishing sword array and shook off Ji Tianxing, his burning blood-soul transformation state ended. Back then he suffered a backlash. His body shrank drastically, his vitality waned, and his strength was extremely weak. In addition, he was so severely injured that he nearly fainted and fell from the sky. Thankfully, he had a strong will and consumed a few king-level divine pills in time, temporarily suppressing his injuries. Then he fled southeast without stopping, heading straight for the Sichuan region. He was worried that Ji Tianxing would pursue him, so he could only leave the Golden Dragon region as soon as possible and find a secluded place to heal. He was most familiar with the Sichuan region's periphery. He had known Sichuan region Lord Yiqing for many years. Furthermore, he had helped Sichuan region Lord Yiqing resolve a thorny matter not long ago. At such a critical juncture, the first thing he thought of was to head to the Sichuan region to heal. A journey that should have taken him slightly more than 10 days took him 20 days in his weakened state. Thankfully, he dragged his weak and injured body back to Sichuan region Lord's divine palace. A few hours ago, he had contacted Sichuan region Lord Yiqing. At that moment, God King's stellar aspect had just landed at the entrance of the divine palace. Yiqing was already waiting there. Yiqing was a white-haired elder dressed in purple robes. He looked thin, but his aura and eyes were extremely sharp. Of course, he still had to maintain an appropriate level of respect in front of God King's stellar aspect. Yiqing jumped in fright when he suddenly saw God King's stellar aspect's wretched state. He hurriedly bowed in greeting. "Your subordinate, Yiqing, greets Lord Divine Envoy." Divine Envoy stellar aspect? How did you end up so severely injured? Who injured you? This shouldn't have happened, and it's impossible. As he spoke, Yiqing hurriedly went forward to help God King's stellar aspect up. God King's stellar aspect waved his hand and said while panting, "There's no need to help me. This king can still walk on his own. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go in and talk." "Good." Yiqing quickly nodded and extended his hand to make an inviting gesture. "Sir Divine Envoy, please follow me." He led God King's stellar aspect into the divine palace, passed through 2 courtyards and a few corridors before entering a dimly lit hall. There was not a single person in the hall. The floor and walls were inlaid with countless divine stones that were densely engraved with array patterns. Yiqing closed the palace's door and waved his hand to activate the palace's array. He said to Astral Aspect, "Lord Divine Envoy, this is where I usually cultivate in seclusion and recuperate. Hurry up and go into the array to recuperate." We'll talk about it slowly. Godly King's stellar aspect could not have asked for more. He did not exchange pleasantries with Yiqing as he hurriedly sat in the middle of the divine array. After consuming a few divine pills, he began to circulate his energy for treatment. Yiqing waited for 15 minutes and waited for stellar aspect's condition to stabilize before asking, "Lord Divine Envoy, I heard news from the neighboring Golden Dragon region yesterday. He said that you took Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon realm ruler to the Golden Dragon Abyss to kill those foreign god kings. In the end, Jing Feihong was killed in the battle, and the Golden Dragon region master was nowhere to be found. Lord Divine Envoy, what's going on? Those foreign god kings are actually that powerful? Godly King Stellar Aspect could multitask, circulating his energy to treat his injuries while diverting his attention to chat with Yi Qing. He snorted coldly with a heart filled with hatred as he said in a sinister tone, "This king was too careless this time. I really did not expect that punk's strength to be so powerful." Of course, Jing Feihong and the Golden Dragon region master's performance also exceeded this king's expectations. I never expected their strength and means to be so weak despite being the lords of a region. How disappointing. Yi Qing sneered inwardly but feigned shock and anxiety on the surface. In the surrounding few regions, the Golden Dragon region master and Jing Feihong's strength is relatively weak. It will indeed disappoint Lord Divine Envoy. However, one of them perished in the battle, while the other went missing. It's indeed a pity. It's all those foreign god kings' fault. They're too detestable. They deserve to die. Godly King Stellar Aspect immediately frowned and could not help but ask, one perished on the spot, while the other went missing? Who was killed? And who went missing? Yi Qing was stunned for a moment before asking with a frown, Lord Divine Envoy, weren't you present at the battle? How could you not know about this? Godly King Stellar Aspect's face immediately turned red as a look of embarrassment flashed across his eyes. However, he could not tell Yi Qing that he fled without looking back, completely ignoring the Golden Dragon region master and Jing Feihong's fates. That would be too embarrassing. Therefore, Godly King Stellar Aspect changed his explanation. The situation back then was rather complicated. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Those foreign race god kings had more people, and they were crafty and cunning. Therefore we split up. This king did not know about this matter. Yi Qing was an old fox that had lived for 30,000 years. His heart was as clear as a mirror. He roughly guessed the moment he saw Godly King Stellar Aspect's reaction. He just did not expose it. Sigh. No wonder the Golden Dragon region master sent me a message back then, requesting me to help him but did not explain what was going on. If I knew that things would be so troublesome, I would have agreed to help with Lord Divine Envoy. Now that I think about it, it's too late for regrets. Yi Qing pretended to be vexed and remorseful, pounding his chest and stamping his feet in grief. Godly King Stellar Aspect waved his hand and persuaded, "You can't be blamed for this. After this king received the Golden Dragon region master's distress message, I did not take it seriously and did not inform you. Forget it, let's not talk about this first. You said earlier that the matter has already spread in the Golden Dragon region? What's the situation now? What rumors are there outside?" Godly King Stellar Aspect knew that there were thousands of divine lords watching the battle and that the matter would definitely spread. However, he did not expect that the news would spread so quickly. Moreover, he would lose so miserably and miserably. Yi Qing said indignantly, "The current Golden Dragon region and Cloud Yang region have long been abuzz with the news, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. I don't know which busybodies want the world to be in chaos, but they're simply fabricating nonsense on the spot. They're spreading rumors that Lord Divine Envoy and the two region masters were no match for those foreign god kings. Not only has Region Master Yun Yang been killed, but the Golden Dragon region master has also gone missing. Even you have escaped with heavy injuries. Now that the two regions are leaderless, not only are the empires and their people panicking, there are also some empires and forces that have seized the opportunity to stir up trouble, vainly attempting to seize the authority of the entire region. Because of this, internal strife of varying scales has erupted in both Cloud Yang and Golden Dragon regions, resulting in many wars." Before Yi Qing could finish, Godly King Stellar Aspect's expression changed as he shouted coldly in embarrassment and anger, "Damn it! Those fellows who took the opportunity to stir up the people's hearts deserve to die as well. Yi Qing, this matter cannot spread any further. You must think of a way to suppress the news. You're the closest to Cloud Yang and Golden Dragon regions. You should think of a way to control the situation in the two regions. Chapter 34:16. Hearing God King Stellar Aspect's words, Yi Qing was overjoyed. When he learned that Cloud Yang and Golden Dragon regions were leaderless and in a state of chaos, he knew that his chance had come. He wanted to charge into the two regions with his troops and take over the reins. Whether it was controlling the two regions in place of the region lord or making a fortune, he would not miss it. However, he did not dare to act rashly and decided to see God King Stellar Aspect's attitude first. Now that God King Stellar Aspect had taken the initiative to ask him to suppress the situation, it was naturally for the best. After all, it was perfectly justifiable. Even if he took over the two regions and plundered their wealth and resources, it would be under orders. While he was secretly delighted, Yi Qing pretended to be overwhelmed by the favor. Thank you, Lord Divine Envoy, for your trust and regard. This subordinate is afraid that I am not capable enough to handle such a serious matter. How could God King Stellar Aspect not understand that Yi Qing was acting? However, he was unwilling to expose him. With a wave of his hand, he said, "If this king says you can, you can. Stop delaying and hesitating. You are the most suitable person to handle this matter. You must stabilize Cloud Yang and Golden Dragon regions in the shortest time possible. You must not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, this king will not be able to answer to His Holiness the God Emperor." Yi Qing quickly cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "In that case, this subordinate can only comply. Rest assured, Lord Divine Envoy. This subordinate will do his best to settle this matter as soon as possible. Not only will this subordinate need to pacify the two regions, but I will also seal and suppress the news, preventing it from spreading out." "Very well. You may go." God King Stellar Aspect nodded. Yi Qing bowed and retreated, reminding, "Then this subordinate will take his leave. Lord Divine Envoy, please recuperate here in peace." God King Stellar Aspect did not say anything else. He only nodded and closed his eyes to recuperate. Yi Qing quickly left the hall and went to gather his men. After gathering his men, he set off impatiently, heading straight for Cloud Yang region. Although Golden Dragon region was closer, Golden Dragon region lord had only gone missing. It was not confirmed whether he was dead or alive. However, region lord Yun Yang's death was confirmed. He could take over the reins without worry. At the same time, inside the palace, Godly King Stellar Aspect opened his eyes, temporarily ending his recuperation. With a gloomy face, he stared at the dark corner of the wall. His eyes were filled with malevolence and hatred as he viciously cursed, "Tianxing, you damned beast! Although I don't care about the lives of the Golden Dragon Domain's ruler and Jing Feihong, I still don't care about them. But when I brought them to kill Tianxing, I was seriously injured and escaped. Of the two area masters, one died and the other went missing. Now that the outside world is in an uproar, this prince will definitely become the laughingstock of the world. How could the divine envoy of God Emperor Hao Yin be defeated by a few divine kings of the alien tribes? What a joke! What a disgrace to His Majesty! Divine King Xianxiang was both embarrassed and furious. He wished he could tear Ji Tianxing into pieces and grind his bones to dust. However, in his current state, his combat strength was less than 30% of his peak state. It was impossible for him to seek revenge on Ji Tianxing. He could only temporarily suppress his murderous intent and think of another way to take revenge. Not only do I have to get Yi Qing to suppress the situation in the two regions, but I also have to capture and kill Tianxing and company as soon as possible. This is the only way to wash away this king's shame and humiliation and give the people an explanation. However, who should I seek help from to hunt down those bastards? On the way back to the Sanchuan region, Godly King Stellar Aspect had thought of this problem. His first thought was that he absolutely could not report this matter to the Azura God Emperor. First of all, although this matter appeared very serious, it was not a big deal to the Azura God Emperor. Now, the Azura God Emperor was in seclusion, cultivating bitterly to comprehend the supreme divine Tao. He absolutely could not be disturbed. Furthermore, if godly King Stellar Aspect could not even handle this matter properly and had to trouble the Azura God Emperor to take action personally, it would only prove his incompetence. When the time came, the Azura God Emperor would dismiss him in a fit of anger. He would then be too deep to cry. Back then he had given up the position of a region's lord and made a huge sacrifice in order to become divine envoy Haotian. Therefore, he absolutely could not alarm the Azura God Emperor. He could only think of a solution himself. If I can't alarm His Holiness the God Emperor, then I can only seek the help of the other divine envoys. With their help, I can mobilize dozens of region lords and lay down an inescapable net. I can definitely capture Xianxia and company in one fell swoop. Godly King Stellar Aspect muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with killing intent as his heart was filled with anticipation. I still have to consider this matter at length and carefully consider it. As he circulated his energy to heal his injuries, he pondered with a frown. When I fled the battlefield, that bastard Xianxia did not pursue me. He should have gone to deal with the Golden Dragon Region Lord and Jing Feihong. In other words, he lost track of me and did not pursue me at all. They went south from the Cloud Yang region and passed by the Golden Dragon region. After this matter ends, they should continue south and even escape the boundless heaven continent as soon as possible. In that case, I have to immediately inform those region lords in the central region. Only with the joint efforts of many region lords can we find Xianxia's tracks and form an encirclement and ambush. When the time comes, I and the other divine envoys will rush over and personally kill him for revenge. Of course, there are 6 divine envoys who came with me to patrol the continent, each in charge of a region. Of the 6 divine envoys, 3 are further away and probably will not be able to rush over in time to help. I can only inform 3 divine envoys, and I only need the help of the 3 of them. With this thought, godly King Stellar Aspect's train of thought immediately became clear. He hurriedly took out 30 communication jade slips and sent out one message after another. He first sent a message to the 3 divine envoys closest to him, explaining the situation and the severity of the matter to them and requesting their assistance. Then he sent a message to the 20-odd region lords in the central region, ordering them to investigate Xianxia's tracks with all their might and to find a way to intercept and surround him. By the time he was done with these matters, 15 minutes had already passed. Only then did godly King Stellar Aspect stop and focus on recuperating while waiting for the replies of the 3 divine envoys and the region lords. About 30 minutes later, the 3 divine envoys and the region lords replied to him one after another. The 3 divine envoys seemed somewhat unwilling and were definitely laughing behind his back at his lack of ability for him to suffer such a huge setback. But no matter what, the divine envoy's duty was to patrol the boundless heaven continent and maintain peace and stability. Godly King Stellar Aspect could not handle such a matter, so the 3 divine envoys had to help. Otherwise, if the matter really reached the ears of the Azura God Emperor, the 3 of them would be punished as well. The 20-odd region lords in the central region did not have any hesitation or apprehension. They simply obeyed the order and expressed their full cooperation. They would immediately take action and report to godly King Stellar Aspect the moment they found traces of Xianxia and company. After reading everyone's replies, godly King Stellar Aspect heaved a sigh of relief and recuperated in peace. Chapter 34:17. Unknowingly, a turbulent undercurrent was stirred up in the central region of the boundless heaven continent. The masters of more than 20 domains mobilized their elite experts to search for Xianxia and the others. They also ordered the empires to cooperate and strictly guard the entry and exit fortresses and borders of each domain. Countless experts and guards were on standby. Once they found Xianxia's trace, they would immediately encircle and annihilate him. A vast net that covered more than 20 domains was quickly spreading. At the same time, the 3 heavenly gods' emissaries also rushed to the central region from different directions and were about to meet in a certain domain. Before this, every time they patrolled the boundless heaven continent, they dealt with some trivial matters. To them, These were all trivial matters that could not arouse their interest. However, as heavenly gods' emissaries, they had to carry out their missions. Now, they finally encountered an exciting event. The three heavenly gods' emissaries were full of anticipation, hoping to use this opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. Ji Tianxing and the others were unaware of the subtle changes in the situation. At this time, Chao Qingyu was steering the divine ship, flying across the sky at lightning speed, all the way south. They had already left the Golden Dragon domain and were crossing the Golden Domain. Traveling was very boring. Chao Qingyu steered the divine ship alone, and while traveling, he meditated to adjust his breathing and nourish his divine path foundation. Wang Lin, blood illusion god, and the others were cultivating in seclusion in the divine ship's secret chamber. Ji Tianxing brought Yank into the Jiutian Tenju Tower to cultivate in seclusion. Yank, Yunyao, Ji Ku, White Dragon, Wushuang, and the others were all cultivating under the Bloody Flame sacred tree. Everyone had sufficient cultivation resources and could absorb the power of the sacred tree, so their strength was improving rapidly. Ji Tianxing also sat under the sacred tree, cultivating in seclusion. Before this, he had already checked Jing Feihong's spatial ring and obtained a huge amount of spoils. Jing Feihong was the ruler of a region and had held power for nearly 10,000 years. Naturally, he had accumulated abundant resources and wealth. Even though he only had a set of armor and weapons, which were king-grade mediocre divine artifacts, and they had already been destroyed in the battle. However, there were still 2 sets of king-level low-level divine artifacts left in his interspatial ring, as well as a mountain of divine stones, divine elixirs, and other cultivation resources. Ji Tianxing took a look. Of the 2 sets of king-grade low-grade divine artifacts, only one of them was usable. He didn't plan to use it himself and planned to leave it for Yunyao or Ji Ku. As for the other one, it was a flying scythe with chains attached to it. This was a strange weapon that very few people used. At the very least, the people around Ji Tianxing were all useful. Therefore, Ji Tianxing planned to smelt this king-grade god artifact and use the smelted materials to refine other god artifacts. Ji Tianxing sorted all kinds of divine stones, medicinal pills, materials, and all kinds of rare treasures, and put them into his space ring. Fortunately, he had refined his interspatial ring into a king-grade low-level divine artifact when he was free. The interspatial ring's internal space had been greatly upgraded, which was why it could store Jing Feihong's cultivation resources and treasures. Ji Tianxing made a rough estimate. The resources and treasures in Jing Feihong's interspatial ring were worth at least 600 billion divine stones. This was undoubtedly a shocking amount of wealth. However, Ji Tianxing's mood didn't fluctuate much. At his level, the joy brought about by material gains and resources had faded by a lot. Unless it was a huge gain or a pleasant surprise, such as a large batch of king-grade mediocre divine artifacts, materials, and treasures, he would only be pleasantly surprised. Just 600 billion divine stones worth of cultivation resources and treasures wasn't enough to excite him. In comparison, he was more interested in Jing Feihong's quintessence fragment. After tidying up Jing Feihong's interspatial ring, he took out Jing Feihong's quintessence fragment and began refining it. Time passed very quickly in the warped space. Only 10 days had passed in the outside world, but he had already cultivated for 500 days. During this period, he finished refining Jing Feihong's quintessence fragment. Not only did his divine power skyrocket, but his strength also improved greatly. He even refined 30 types of divine Dao laws. Therefore, the number of divine Dao laws he grasped reached as many as 430 types. Such a number was usually only achievable by a God King like God King's stellar aspect. Without a doubt, Ji Tianxing's combat strength improved greatly again. After refining Jing Feihong's quintessence fragment, he consumed several divine fruits and large amounts of divine elixirs. He also expended vast amounts of origin stones and entered seclusion to cultivate for 2 years. After 2 years, his strength was even closer to the mid-stage second-level divine king realm. At the same time, The heaven-punishing divine art's third-level cultivation method was also comprehended and deduced by him to be even more perfect, reaching minor success. With all these factors combined, his combat strength increased by roughly twofold. If he were to encounter God King's stellar aspect again, even if he fought one-on-one, victory was assured. Only then did he end his seclusion in satisfaction. He knew that Chao Qingyu was still on the road. Not taking the initiative to contact him indicated that everything was fine. Therefore, he was in no hurry to leave the warped space. He got up to observe the other's situation. Circling the blood flame sacred tree, he observed everyone and the two divine beasts. The results were gratifying. Yun Yao, Jiku, Ji Wushuang, White Dragon, Jin Hong, and Yang's strength increased greatly. Even Black Dragon and Qian Yu's strength increased substantially. Among these people, the weakest, Ji Wushuang, Black Dragon, and Qian Yu were god lords at the 5th and 6th level. Disregarding Yang, the strongest were Yun Yao and Jiku. Both of them had reached the 9th level Divine Lord realm and were not far from the threshold of the Divine King realm. Yun Yao reached the 9th level Divine Lord realm first. Now, she was already at the middle stage. And Jiku's improvement was slightly slower. He had just broken through to the 9th level Divine Lord realm not long ago. Logically speaking, this was good news that was gratifying. But after Ji Tianxing carefully observed Yun Yao's situation, he frowned, revealing a worried look. Because after Yun Yao reached the 9th level Divine Lord realm, the improvement of her strength became very slow. She no longer had her previous talent and comprehension ability, nor was she like a top genius. She was like an ordinary Divine Lord. Her strength increasing was extremely difficult. At this rate, she needed at least 100 years before she could reach the peak of the Divine Lord realm. As for breaking through to the Divine King realm, it looked very uncertain. The chances were not high. This discovery made Ji Tianxing very puzzled. He thought to himself, this isn't right. Yao Yao was a martial arts genius to begin with. She also fused with Goddess Yaoguang's memories and soul, so she should be a top genius. Breaking through to the Divine King realm should be very easy. But why would she lack stamina, talent, and comprehension ability? Could it be that she has some knot in her heart that hasn't been untied? Or could it be that she encountered a bottleneck and is unable to break through? Ji Tianxing was filled with worry. He used his divine sense to wake up the Yun Yao who was currently in closed seclusion and asked her about the specific situation. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 34:18. Coincidentally, Yun Yao was also confused and worried. Although she was cultivating in seclusion, her mind was not focused enough. She was also pondering what was going on. Hearing Ji Tianxing's divine sense voice transmission, she naturally woke up and hurriedly ended her cultivation. She had just opened her eyes when she saw Ji Tianxing sitting in front of her, looking at her with concern. Yao Yao, did you encounter some problem in your cultivation? Or is there something troubling you? Ji Tianxing stared at her and asked. Yun Yao shook her head gently and said in a gentle and calm voice, I have been cultivating in seclusion here for so many years. My strength has improved very quickly. What could be troubling me? But after I broke through to the 9th level Divine Lord realm, I did encounter some problems in my cultivation. Ji Tianxing hurriedly asked, what problem? Did you encounter a bottleneck? Or do you have doubts about cultivation methods, divine abilities, and laws? Logically speaking, with your talent and comprehension, these shouldn't have appeared, right? Yun Yao pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth curling into a bitter smile, and said, I don't know what's going on, but there's no problem that I can't understand. When I was cultivating in seclusion, my mind was clear and my mind was clear. I didn't feel that there was any problem. But I don't know why, but I keep feeling that something is missing. No matter how focused I am and how hard I cultivate, it's very difficult to improve my strength. My progress is very slow. Ji Tianxing was immediately at a loss for words. He frowned, not knowing how to answer. Yun Yao asked with interest, Tianxing, how long did you stay in the 9th level Divine Lord realm? Did you have a problem like mine? How long did you use to break through to the Divine King realm? Ji Tianxing thought for a moment and answered, I didn't stay in the 9th level Divine Lord realm for long. I didn't have a problem like yours. I stayed for about 100 years. I tried a few times and successfully recovered to the Divine King realm. Is that so? Yun Yao nodded to show that she understood. She said with a smile, that's right. Your identity is special and you have broken through once. Breaking through to the Divine King realm again is just starting over. Of course, it will be smooth. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, aren't you the same? Over 30,000 years ago, you were the mother of the human race. What mother of humanity? Don't talk nonsense. Yun Yao rolled her eyes at him and explained, back then, I was the strongest and had the highest status among all human warriors. So, I was admired and worshipped by countless human warriors. At that time, there were tens of thousands of races in the god realm. The god race was especially powerful, followed by the demon race. The human race could only survive in the cracks. It was because of me and the protection of the many experts of the human race that the human race was able to gain a foothold in the god realm. At this point, Yun Yao's expression became a little strange. She sighed and said, this is Goddess Yaoguang's experience, not the real me. Ji Tianxing naturally understood that Yun Yao had only inherited Goddess Yaoguang's inheritance and memories. She was not the real Yaoguang. However, she had fused with Yaoguang's memories and soul. So, she was the reincarnation of Goddess Yaoguang. At this point, Ji Tianxing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes also became bright. Yao Yao, I remember that you have fused with 6 god pearls so far, right? Yun Yao was stunned for a moment. Then she nodded and said, yes. Ji Tianxing continued, however, Goddess Yaoguang's 7 souls turned into 7 god pearls and scattered in the world. There is still one more god pearl that we have never found. You have also failed to fuse with it. Do you feel that something is wrong? Like memory loss? Yun Yao's body shook. She roughly understood what he meant. She quickly nodded and said, of course. I am still missing 1 god pearl. Of course, my memories are missing. My memories regarding Goddess Yaoguang's cultivation, life, and experiences in the God King realm are all blurry. Tianxing, could it be that you mean? Ji Tianxing hurriedly nodded and said in high spirits, I roughly guessed the reason. No wonder after you reached the 9th level Divine Lord realm, your talent and comprehension ability plummeted. Your strength improvement slowed down. If I didn't guess wrongly, it should be related to the 7th god pearl. Yun Yao also nodded in agreement. She said in a low voice, I understand what you mean. After we find the 7th god pearl and I fuse with it, my 3 souls and 7 souls will be complete. At that time, I will possess Goddess Yaoguang's complete memories and inheritance. Only then can I successfully break through to the God King realm. Ji Tianxing said with a faint smile, it should be like this. Goddess Yaoguang was once a peak God King. If you fuse with the 7 god pearls, your 3 souls and 7 souls will recover completely. You will definitely break through to the God King realm easily. In fact, you will definitely return to the peak God King realm. Yun Yao's mood was also a little excited and expectant. But she thought of another problem and immediately quieted down. But, how do we know where the 7 god pearls are? Are they left behind in the 5 elements world? Or in the divine world? Or have they wandered to the dragon realm? Ji Tianxing held her hands and encouraged with a smile, Yao Yao, don't worry. Didn't I ascend with the 5 elements world? If the god pearls are left in the 5 elements world, then I can return to the 5 elements world at any time and carefully search for them. If the god pearls are in the divine world, then even if I search to the ends of the earth, I will find them. Even if the god pearls are in the dragon realm, I will also make a trip to the dragon realm sooner or later. Not only to find Wuhan, but also to help you find the god pearls. Hearing him say so, Yun Yao was indeed much more relieved. She nodded and said, I believe you. It's just that this way, you will be delayed for a long time. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said indifferently, in any case, I have returned to the God King realm. No matter how hard I cultivate, it will take many years to advance one level. I have plenty of time to help you find the God pearls." The knot in Yun Yao's heart was untied. All the worries and doubts in her heart dissipated. Ji Tianxing chatted with her for a long time. Only then did he get up and leave. "Alright, Yao Yao, don't think too much. Focus on cultivating in seclusion. I will try to find the God pearls. You also have to reach the peak of the God monarch realm as soon as possible. The day I find the God pearls will be the day you break through to the God King realm." Yun Yao nodded to show that she understood. She watched as he turned and left. Then she continued to cultivate in seclusion. Ji Tianxing left the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Tower and returned to the Green Jade Divine Ship. He walked out of the secret room. First, he went to the control room to see Chao Qingyu and asked him about the situation. After knowing that Chao Qingyu had been on the road for 1.5 months and had just entered the Fire Mulberry domain, he was relieved. Then he went to see Lin Shui, Shui Huan, Niefeyun, left emissary Jin and the others. Everyone was in the secret rooms of the divine ship. They were focused on cultivating. Although they had made a fortune after following Ji Tianxing, they did not lack cultivation resources at all. However, their secret rooms were still a little simple. The effect of their cultivation was far inferior to those people in the distorted spacetime. Ji Tianxing looked around and decided to help them modify their secret rooms. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3419. This Azure Jade Divine Warship was built by Chao Qingyu after painstakingly collecting materials when he was traveling to various continents. Even though he had spent more than 100 years, countless efforts, and king-level materials, he was still a lowly alchemist. However, he was only a lesser divine blacksmith after all. Moreover, he was a self-taught genius without any guidance from a famous teacher. His Azure Jade Divine Warship was naturally an unattainable super warship in the eyes of heaven gods and surgods. However, in the eyes of godly king experts, it was just an ordinary item. There was nothing to praise about it. Moreover, when Chao Qingyu built this divine warship, he paid more attention to its defense, attack power, and speed. As for the internal facilities of the divine warship, the design was relatively simple. Especially the dozen or so secret rooms, there were only a few king-level divine arrays set up to assist in cultivation. To Lin Shui, Sir God Blood Illusion, Niefeyun, and the rest, this was already a very good condition. After all, there were king-level divine arrays operating continuously to help them replenish their divine power. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. However, in Ji Tianxing's eyes, these secret rooms were still too simple and crude. If he were to modify these secret rooms, he would at least add a few mid-grade king-level divine arrays, increasing the efficiency of everyone's cultivation by 3 to 4 times. However, that was too troublesome and would consume a lot of time. Therefore, Ji Tianxing deliberated for a while and decided to choose the simplest and most effective method. That was to add a new time divine formation in every secret room. That's right. It was to use a time divine array to change the flow of time in the secret room. Just like the distorted spacetime in Jutian Tenju Tower, the flow of time was 50 times faster than the outside world. Therefore, Ji Tianxing and his friends could cultivate in there with extremely powerful effects. Only 1 year had passed in the outside world, but they could cultivate in seclusion in the distorted spacetime for 50 years. Because of this, his and Yun Yao's growth was too fast in Chao Qingyu and Lan Er's eyes. Even though Ji Tianxing had not mastered the time laws. However, in his previous life, he had cultivated a few divine powers and mastered a few divine arrays that could change the flow of time. Not only could he speed up the flow of time, but he could also slow it down. In fact, when his power recovered to peak Godly King, he could even stop time. Of course, it only stopped for a short period of time in a relatively small area. In the past, before Ji Tianxing recovered to the God King realm, it was impossible for him to use these sacred arts and array formations. Things were different now. His strength and foundation were sufficient. Not only could he use a divine ability like the space-time blade, but he could also set up an array formation that sped up time. After making up his mind, he immediately took action. He first entered Lan Er's secret chamber. After explaining the purpose of his visit, he cast a spell and began to set up the formation. Lan Er, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel shocked and expectant when she saw him shoot out tens of thousands of dazzling divine lights and form a profound and mysterious divine seal. Fortunately, the secret chamber wasn't big, only having a radius of 10 feet. Ji Tianxing only used 1 day to complete the setup of the Time God Array. After the divine array was activated, an invisible divine power enveloped the entire secret chamber, causing time to flow faster. Lan Er could clearly sense that the flow of time was 8 times faster than before. She was instantly filled with shock and disbelief. Oh my God! Young Master actually grasped the power of time and could accelerate time by 8 times? This way, only 1 day has passed in the outside world, and I can cultivate here for 8 days? That's great. Young Master's means are amazing. Lan Er is in awe. Lan Er was filled with joy and she was excited. She knew clearly that Ji Tianxing helping her set up the Time God Array was more precious than giving her a king-level divine weapon. After all, her cultivation efficiency would increase by 8 times in the future. No amount of resources or wealth could exchange for that. Ji Tianxing only smiled and nodded but didn't say anything. After he taught her how to open and close the Time God Array, he left the secret chamber. Then, he set up a Time God Array in every secret chamber for Lin Shui, Sir God Blood Illusion, Left Emissary Jean, Blood Dragon Right Emissary and the others. When he finished setting up the Time God Array, everyone felt the acceleration of time and they were overjoyed, shocked and excited. Especially Lin Shui's reaction, she was even more excited than Lana. Of course, there were 2 people who were more interesting. They were Left Emissary Jean and Ye Fei Yun. When Ji Tianxing entered their secret chambers, they were cultivating in seclusion and they didn't know what was happening in the outside world. As a result, Ji Tianxing spent a day to set up the Time God Array in the secret chambers but they didn't react at all. When everyone's secret chambers had an additional Time God Array, it was already 6 days later. Before Ji Tianxing left, he gave everyone a few divine fruits. The divine fruits were born by the Crimson Flame's sacred tree and they were all ripe. After consumption, it could increase one's blood qi, essence and soul and strengthen one's divine body and divine soul. These divine fruits were greatly beneficial to divine king powerhouses. To the few divine lords, they were even super nourishing medicines. Lan Er, Shui Huan, Left Emissary Jean, Blood Dragon and the others bowed and thanked him gratefully. Not only did Lin Shui express her gratitude excitedly, she was also very touched. The way she looked at Ji Tianxing changed. In the past 6 months, Ji Tianxing didn't spend much time with her. Seeing the subtle changes in her eyes as if she had a lot to say, Ji Tianxing hurriedly found an excuse to slip away. Lin Shui had been brewing her emotions for a long time. She could only swallow the words that she had been holding back and continue to cultivate unhappily. Ji Tianxing helped everyone modify the secret chambers and gave them divine fruits. He wanted to help them improve their strength quickly. After all, their situation would be even more dangerous in the future. Although he didn't see any Sir Gods who had the potential to break through to King Gods. However, it was also very necessary to help them become peak Sir Gods as soon as possible. After dealing with this matter, Ji Tianxing returned to the secret chamber and started to study the heaven-mending pearl and the 5 elements world. It had been 10 years since he ascended to the God realm. The 5 elements world had always been stored in the heaven-mending pearl. He hadn't carefully observed it yet. Of course, with his current strength, he couldn't store the 5 elements world in his body. He could only store it in the heaven-mending pearl. Ji Tianxing returned to the distorted space and activated the heaven-mending pearl. Swoosh! A white divine pearl the size of a thumb flew out of his mind and floated in front of him. He stared at the heaven-mending pearl and observed it for a moment, then entered it. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Ji Tianxing entered the heaven-mending pearl and was situated in a boundless darkness. This vast and boundless dark space was like an extraterrestrial starry sky. The vast five elements world floated quietly in the darkness. It was actually less than 1% of the dark space. Seeing this scene, Ji Tianxing couldn't help but sigh. The heaven-mending pearl was really a top-notch divine item, an existence that could mend the sky. A moment later, he carefully observed the five elements world. Suddenly he raised his eyebrows. A thick look of surprise flashed across his eyes. How can this be? I've only ascended to the God realm for 10 years. The five elements world actually expanded by 2 times. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3420. Ji Tianxing even thought that he saw wrongly. After observing carefully for a moment again, he confirmed that he did not see wrongly. The five elements world really became bigger, expanding a full 2 times compared to before. Furthermore, the sacred golden light enveloping the surface of the five elements world also became even more dazzling. The aura undulation of the world power also became more vigorous and surging. Compared to the many worlds in the lower planes, the five elements world was already a pinnacle great world. Ji Tianxing crossed the darkness and flew towards the five elements world. He was still muttering in his heart, "Before ascending, I didn't see any changes in the five elements world for so many years. Now, 10 years after ascending to the divine world, the five elements world expanded by 2 times. World expansion requires immeasurable divine power and also a long time. How can it be so easy? No, wait, there must be a problem here." Harboring doubts and curiosity, Ji Tianxing passed through the sacred golden light screen and flew into the five elements world. After being away for many years, he returned to the five elements world once again and observed this familiar yet strange world, patiently searching for the answer. At the same time, the Azure Jade Divine Warship had just entered the Fire Mulberry region for a few days and was currently speeding in the northern region, flying all the way south. In the central region of the Fire Mulberry region, there was a stretch of deep mountains and great swamps with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This place had steep mountains, deep ravines, and was filled with primitive forests. In addition, this place was abundant with divine power. Demons and divine beasts ran amok, and also nurtured large quantities of heaven and earth treasures and divine items. But this place was deserted. Virtually no one dared to come here to explore and hunt for treasures. Because countless powerhouses and forces in the Fire Mulberry region all knew that the region lord's abode was in this region. This region's domain name was Tilted Phoenix Mountain. And the Fire Mulberry region's region lord was called White Phoenix Divine King. Among the surrounding 10 regions, the Fire Mulberry region's foundation was the strongest. Not only was the territory area larger, all kinds of cultivation resources were more abundant. Even the number of Divine King powerhouses was more than ordinary regions. Regions like North Heaven, Cloud Sun, and Golden Dragon, they all only had 2 Divine Kings. One was the Region Lord, the other was the Region Lord's deputy. But the Fire Mulberry region was different. There were a total of 4 Divine King powerhouses. Among them, the strongest was naturally the Region Lord, White Phoenix Divine King. He was a 7th-level Divine King realm high-rank Divine Lord. He had 2 assistants under him, 1 male and 1 female. They were a pair of Dao companions and both of them were God Kings in the 4th Heaven realm. Apart from this, the Fire Mulberry region still had a low-rank Divine King. Even though that God King was not strong, only at the 3rd level of the God King realm, he had been famous for almost 10,000 years. It was only because that deity king was obsessed with the Tao of artifact forging and alchemy that he was a famous divine craftsman that his progress in strength was delayed. Disregarding other strengths, just based on these 4 divine king powerhouses, it made the Fire Mulberry region show disdain for all heroes and tower above the other regions. As a result, when Divine King Stellar Aspect sent a message to more than 20 domain lords to search and intercept Ji Tianxing, the first person he thought of was Divine King White Phoenix. In addition, God King Stellar Aspect and God King White Phoenix were old friends. Long before God King's stellar aspect became a divine envoy and was still a domain lord, the two of them had known each other and formed a deep friendship. At this moment, in the depths of the slanting Phoenix Mountain, above the white sea of clouds, a magnificent divine palace was sparkling under the setting sun. There were guards standing guard both inside and outside the divine palace. There were also more than 10 maidservants that served God King White Phoenix and his family. Normally, God King White Phoenix would recuperate in seclusion. He rarely interfered with the Fire Mulberry region's politics. Since there were 2 deputies governing the Fire Mulberry region, everything was very stable. Most of the time, the 2 deputies would be busy outside or staying in their cave abodes. If there was nothing important, they would not come to the slanting Phoenix Mountain to disturb God King White Phoenix. But the situation was different now. Ever since God King White Phoenix received God King Stellar Aspect's message, he ended his seclusion and focused on searching and intercepting Ji Tianxing. The 2 deputies were also called back to the slanting Phoenix Mountain to help him handle various matters. Deep in the Divine Palace, in Year Prayer Hall, a divine array that spanned 1,000 feet was in operation. God King White Phoenix sat cross-legged in the middle of the array. Although God King White Phoenix had lived for more than 20,000 years and was already advanced in age, he did not look like an old man. However, his appearance was not that of an old man. Instead, he was a middle-aged man with white hair and a jade-like face. He was a god through and through. Not only was he tall and handsome, but his bearing were also very noble and graceful. At that moment, his eyes were tightly shut as he formed hand seals. He was borrowing the power of the divine array to cast some kind of divine ability mystic art. He also had a third eye on his forehead. It was a round eye that resembled a divine bird's. It was dark red in color. There were raging divine flames rising from it, containing a mysterious and powerful power. God King White Phoenix was focused on casting the spell. There were 2 God King experts standing at the edge of the array. They were a middle-aged man and woman. They were God King White Phoenix's deputies, a pair of Dao companions. The man was called Qin Yi. He was dressed in a purple robe. The woman was called Wuxia. She was dressed in a reddish-purple dress. But strangely, they were not as spirited and dignified as other god kings. The couple's appearance and bearing were very ordinary. Their bearing was also blurry. They were the kind that would be difficult to notice if thrown into a crowd. The man was not tall. He was slightly plump and stocky. The woman was also more muscular. Her yellowish cheeks were also filled with pockmarks. Even so, this god-king couple was very loving. They were the envy of others. The 2 of them discussed telepathically as they watched God King White Phoenix cast the spell. "Husband, how powerful do you think those god kings of other races are? They actually killed Region Lord Yunyang and caused the Region Lord of Golden Dragon to go missing. Even God Emissary Stellar Aspect suffered a great loss?" "Well, I'm not too sure. After all, we haven't seen those god kings of other races. But from what I know, those god emissaries of great heaven are all lofty and arrogant. If he wasn't really forced into a corner, he would never ask the other region lords for help. Therefore, the ability of those god kings of other races can't be underestimated. We can't let our guard down." I understand that. After all, our region lord White Phoenix is a noble and powerful higher god king. His ability and realm are even slightly stronger than that god king stellar aspect. We have nothing to worry about. Besides, we're not the main force to deal with those god kings of other races. We only need to find those god kings of other races and report their whereabouts to God Emissary Stellar Aspect. We just need to intercept them at the crucial moment. Seeing that Wu Shui was not worried and was brimming with confidence, Qin Yi frowned a little worriedly. "My wife, it's easy to say, but this mission is very difficult. Look, ever since the Region Lord received the message, he has to cast the God's Eye mystic technique every day to observe everything and deduce the mysteries of heaven to search for the whereabouts of those god kings of other races. It's almost been a month now, but there's still no result. It's fortunate that our Region Lord is powerful and possesses the bloodline of the divine beast, the Fire Phoenix, as well as the Eye of Annihilation. That's why he can cast such an ultimate technique. If it were any other region lord, they would definitely be helpless. Even if they personally led people to search the entire sky, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. They're destined to find nothing. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.